We're live. And
Whoa!
let
Yay!
stop that. Let's do here. All right, stream is up there on Discord for you guys to check in on for the tier list and everything.
We know.
Yay!
It plays a little notification noise.
Oh, I didn't hear it this time. Could be because of streamer mode.
My brother in Christ, you set it up. Why would it notify you?
Good question. So, first thing we have to figure out is the tier names.
No, first thing we have to figure out is what we value.
So, when it came to making the last year's tier list, we valued the
accuracy.
Well, not just accuracy. It's the robot mode, the transformation, and vehicle mode, and then accuracy. But like, again, accuracy 100% is hard to come by, especially when you're making budgeted figures made out of plastic.
Not something that can be perfected.
We try and be fair. As fair as we can. And considering that there are a lot of bangers in this series, in this toy line, and a lot of duds, gotta be careful what you put in.
I've essentially got the same values as Connor for this one.
Also, Cybertronian modes.
Yeah.
While some do not exist on screen, if they contribute to just the overall like enjoyment of the figure. Yeah. Like example, Bumblebee movie Wheeljack. Brawn. Bumblebee movie Brawn, for example. If that the vehicle mode, it looks a little wacky, but you know what? Overall it makes more of an accurate robot mode. Then that's one thing. But the robot mode is definitely where most of the points is gonna go towards. Yeah. For sure. Does that make sense?
Yes.
What about our other guy here? Does he make sense for that? Or does he have any...
That all sounds fair enough, I think.
Okay.
You know that I agree with you, Connor.
Okay.
Oh, you know what I was going to do? Give me a second.
Okay.
I was going to log on to voice on the tablet so I could have the stream up.
Oh, do you also... I'm not sure it matters so much, but do you want to use one of your good mics for this? Since it is a stream? Or do you not care? Not for this?
I don't care.
Okay.
Okay.
Then, with that being said, we want to hit the tier names?
I think so.
Oh, also, Will, I bet you're probably okay with this, but I think 5 tiers is a good standard for this sort of thing. Like, the best, really good.
He left.
Oh.
He left for a second.
Oh, that's right. When I have Streamlabs open, it disables all Discord sounds and everything, so I didn't hear him leave.
That's a little weird.
I have the monkey in hand right now. I'll put him up at the camera for a moment. Look at this face. The face of monkey.
You have a face of monkey? I don't see it.
You got to look on the YouTube stream for Primal.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It's all fine. I want to save my opinion for later, but I think I have figured out some of the kinks when it comes to Primal Connor, and I think because of that, I like him a lot more.
Ah.
On the other hand, though, YOLO Park Prime is still one of the coolest things I've gotten recently. This guy is so much fun. I've been doing the old 2007 Optimus pose from that old render art.
Right.
Super fun.
Hey, there it is.
Ah, Will's in the bathroom. Got it.
Yo.
Yo.
Hey.
Okay. All right, I'm good.
All right. Then let's come up with the tier list names.
Okay. So we have 5 lists.
Oh yeah, Will, do you think that's good having five tiers, like the best, really good, in the middle, not great, and garbage? You think that's
How many guys do we have?
Over 100.
Yeah, we got a lot.
I guess that's fine. We can add more if we need to.
Oh wait, we don't need to do that. I just remember on the list here they have Studio Series Hatchet and one other guy. 2 figures that haven't even been released yet. So we just don't even need to put them on yet.
F tier, no one's bought them. The sales are 0.
Yeah.
The other guy you're thinking about, the other guy you're thinking about was Hound.
Hound, that's right. 86 Hound.
But he's not in this one. He's in the
right.
he's in the 86
tier list. Yep.
Yeah.
All right then. What do we want to call S tier?
Did they announce an SS86 Hound?
Oh, no, he was leaked like over a year ago, but there's still been no word about his figure whatsoever.
Oh, okay.
You know, I think since we had Rise of the Beast this year, what if we just call S tier The Beasts Have Risen?
The Beasts Have Risen?
What
Why
kind
not?
of a tier name is that?
I don't know. Wacky. That's what it is.
But if you want to use a Rise of the Beast quote, put in the D tier. Primus would be ashamed.
Oh, good idea.
There you go. See? Would be ashamed.
Then that yeah, you know what? Let's stick with Rise of the Beast quotes in that case. For C tier then, which is the whole what if I thought we were boys? What if that could be C tier? For the whole just
I was gonna say, bro,
great.
if we're using live action movie quotes, we gotta use Discharged from Duty.
But that was F tier for last year, bro.
And now it's going up. They are being dispatched. Gone.
Okay.
Not today.
Oh, not today. Ooh.
Oh, that's actually what we should put not today as C tier.
Yeah.
I like that
That
better.
actually makes more sense.
B tier in that
It
case.
isn't perfect, but I like it.
Oh my.
Yeah, we have to.
For the meme.
Just put all the tiers as it wasn't perfect, but I liked it.
All right, then.
Wait, and you have to fix your English there.
Wait, what did I do? It isn't
You
perfect.
have to say, it isn't perfect, but I like it, or it wasn't perfect, but I liked it.
That it isn't perfect, but I liked it.
That's bad. That's wrong. It should be, but I like it. Yeah,
Oh,
there you go.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, there we go. All right, A tier in that case.
Pronoun trouble.
Hmm. A tier. That could be.
A for Awesome Tron.
Sure. Yeah. Oh no, it doesn't fit. Oh wait, no, hold
Awesome
on.
Tron.
There we go. Awesome Tron. Perfect. Ah! Thank goodness.
Without the E. Oh my gosh.
I fixed it.
No, you didn't. You're missing an E.
Oh, but if I do, it gets like this. Where it doesn't fit.
Well. I don't care.
Well, I believe S tier needs to be till all are one. You boys good with that?
I'm not objecting.
All right,
Sure.
then.
All right, now let's start with Brawl.
I thought we were just gonna start by going down the entire line here.
My boy Will bringing in the big guns already, man.
He wants to start off strong.
Let's start with frigging Brawl.
Why don't we start in order?
No, that's for weenies.
Okay, Brawl, right here.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing this hard. Oh my gosh. Sorry.
Owen's regretting his life decisions right now.
You think?
But
the problem is you're prime material for content, bro.
Wow, using your friend just for content. What a true buddy right there. No.
Yeah.
Hey, what a true bro. He doesn't even like me.
Yeah, I'm a clout chaser. That's what I am.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. Doing it in order would make sense to like keep like certain figures like in line with each other. However, going crazy and just going straight for just random, I could see that working.
All right, then
let's just a bit more exciting.
Yeah, because we did in order last year.
We did. Okay. Oh wait, one thing I actually want to ask. The C tier, we have it as not today, but could I put it as not cool? Not cool.
Not cool.
Optimus quote from Rise of the Beast. You know, not cool. Picks up Noah. Who are you, human?
Cool, right? Not cool.
Not cool.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm okay with that. I don't care.
All right, then, Brawl. I personally don't have much to say about him since I don't own him, but from what I've gotten to handle of him, he looks really good. I like the head sculpt, and his weapons are really nice, and he's not a terrible figure. He has some decent articulation. The only thing I can really think of that I don't like about him is just how his hands and his pegs all have like the panel going through the bottom of him for the tank mode. Just how it's like molded into the piece.
Okay. Brawl. Robot mode actually has some really good stuff going on with him. Like you said, head sculpt is very nice, very accurate to the movie. His transformation is something else though entirely. See, the robot mode is like his arm movement is pretty great. His accessories are all awesome. and how they're integrated. You can do like a lot with like the robot mode and stuff.
Yeah.
His back kibble can be manipulated in certain ways, which is nice, but his main tank turret is hanging off his butt and it can't be moved.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which plays into the whole transformation that he has, because due to his transformation, he doesn't really have any ankles in his legs. So he only has upper knees and lower knees.
Okay.
And then when you get to his transformation, the transformation is I actually really like it, because it's very simple. It's like just pretty easy to get used to. The problem is that in tank mode, and this is I think almost every tank former should have, his turret does not move.
Oh, really?
Yeah, his main turret doesn't move. Only the top one does.
Okay, interesting.
So it's not like his turret is like completely useless, but like the main one, yeah, you're not going to get any movement with him. But it is accurate to what it looked like in the movie. Like the basic shape of it.
All right, then in this case for Brawl, Will, what do you have to say about him? Do you agree with Connor? Do you have some other takes?
I think he's a pretty pleasant guy. He looks good. The only things that I don't like are, the barrel is annoying. And his hands aren't great. And the turret not moving is a pretty big downside. But I mean, I like him, so I'm kind of feeling a B tier.
Awesome, Tron. All right, I guess we can stick with that for now.
Well,
a B tier.
I also would like to say another point with him is that he's solid. Like, he doesn't really feel loose.
Yeah, I agree with that from what I've gotten to handle him. He also feels solid. All right, then. We'll leave Brawl and B tier for now. In that case...
That's A tier.
That's... Thank you. It isn't perfect, but you like it. Got it. Connor, you pick next.
Okay, we'll go with... we'll go straight to Lockdown.
Lockdown, okay. I'll start us off with that one. When it comes to the Lockdown figure, he has the look. It's a good upgrade from the original Age of Extinction Deluxe, because I have both figures. But my problems with him are, like, he is a shell former in the fullest sense of the word. Now, I've mitigated that by, like, I've undone the tab and I took off his backpack, and he's a lot more enjoyable. But even with it, you can't do much with his arms because of the car door molding, even though it's on a ball joint. And he has some nice weapons. The Lamborghini mode does look good. But due to just how limited his joints really are, and for the time that he came out, I like him, but I'd personally say he goes to either C tier or B tier.
Okay. Now, the reason why I chose Lockdown is because he also has a repaint.
Yep, and that repaint is actually better.
Yeah, but, like, the thing with Lockdown is this figure is, compared to, like, most, like, Studio Series figures now these days, feels a bit outdated with how much kibble he has.
He does, big time.
And also, his colors are just not... They don't pop enough. You know, he just kind of blends in with your other, like, great Decepticon baddies.
Yeah, well, that was how he was designed in the movie, too.
Yeah, and it's like he didn't... His shape wasn't, like, normal, but, like, when you compare it, like, in this deluxe class, he's like, there isn't enough... I don't know. I just feel like a lot of his details and stuff, like...
are missing.
If he was giving me a better paint job, I'd be more lenient to put him up in B tier. But... and, yeah. Also, then this is a problem with both figures. His shoulders do have translucent plastic in them, and they can stress out over time.
It can.
But from what I've seen, Shadow Raider, his repaint does hold up better than Lockdown.
So Lockdown should go to not cool.
It sounds like he's noticeably worse than Brawl.
Yeah. I would probably put him. Probably below worse than Brawl. He does. I will say though that his vehicle mode is the best thing about him.
The Lamborghini mode is clean.
The Lamborghini mode.
It is really nice.
Yeah. And yeah.
But honestly, no matter how good the vehicle mode is, you really can't put that above a figure that functions better as a figure. In this case, Brawl. He functions better as a figure.
Yeah.
All right, not cool it is. From here, now it shall be my turn, and for someone to start up with. Let's go with Dark of the Moon Shockwave next.
Oh!
All right.
That's my dog.
I love Shockwave. I absolutely love the design. He's actually, the figure itself was given more color than he actually had in the movie, so he stands out better. He has great articulation, and even without the DNA design kit, he holds up well as a figure. Now, yeah, there are some soft rubber pieces that can bend or whatever if you leave them in a bad position. But the overall aesthetic and look of the figure, I find to just be magnificent, personally. And yeah, sure, he's got a tank mode that you never saw in the movie, and I think it's good enough for what it is, even though it never appeared.
Okay. Shockwave. Dark of the Moon Shockwave in particular, man. So, I remember when this thing got leaked and they saw the promo photos of him, they were like, bro, his purple is so overpowering, and oh my gosh.
I remember that too.
No, bro. You get this guy, man. You get him, man, and he feels awesome. You know, he's beefy. He's solid. You know,
he's not a piece of purple licorice.
No, and the purple paint on him, the metallic purple they used was
the dry brushing as well.
Nah, man, the molding on his face too. They got the head sculpt down to it.
It's so good.
It's
and
good.
On that nice ball joint where he can just look anywhere. It is super expressive.
Yeah. Honest, and the funny thing is too is he is a repaint of the Revenge of the Fallen Megatron.
Yeah, he is slightly remolded.
Not just slightly. He only shares like a little bit of the transformation, but that's it. And
some parts.
I would say he's more solid than the Voyager Megatron.
Oh, bro, I wholeheartedly agree. That Shockwave destroys the Revenge of the Fallen Megatron in every way.
Also, I don't know if anyone else caught this about his vehicle mode, but the original Voyager Shockwave from Dark of the Moon, his tank mode looked nothing like this one.
No,
but
it didn't.
This one is based on a fan design.
It is?
Yes. I don't know if anyone else has actually caught on to this, but there's this YouTuber that does short flash animations of the live-action Transformers. And if you watch the Shockwave one and you look at the Studio Series figure, the tank modes are almost straight on par with each other. It is scary.
Interesting.
So
that's really cool.
Yeah. The only thing that does hold him back, especially if we're not including upgrade kits with this tier list,
that's what I was gonna say. He needs some help.
Yeah, the soft rubber weapons and everything are not that good, and without the DNA design kit, he's still good, but it is a noticeable downgrade if you don't have it.
Yeah, like the rubber, like if you can't get the upgrade kit, it's not the end of the world, but like because of the rubber sword and the rubber barrel and his hand, it's not. It's gonna be hard to to accept that. But
oh hey, Josh is in chat. What's up, man? Sent a laughing emoji and a crying emoji.
Besides that, though, I think Shockwave, as he comes, is pretty solid overall. My copy did have some loose hips, but that's easily fixable. So, wasn't the worst thing.
I would say without the DNA design kit, he goes in A tier, maybe
what about
S
Will?
tier. Oh my gosh, Will, what do you have to say about Shockwave?
I like him a lot. He's the chonkers though.
Well, he was a chonkers in the film too.
His Oh really? Wow. Thanks. I didn't know that.
I am Captain Obvious.
The problem in figure form is that he is very hard to balance at times.
You know, that's actually true.
Which
His ankles.
It's not his ankles, it's his big old cannon.
Oh.
His big chungus cannon.
It does limit his posability. Like for him to like hold it out to like make a shot, there's only a certain amount of poses the man can do. Which isn't bad, mind you. Like that's not a huge problem, but he is limited in his posability in that way, and he does need help from Mr. DNA.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of thinking he could be A tier or he could be B tier, but I think he's definitely top of B tier if we put him in B.
Then I say we should put him in B for the time being and organize later.
That's A tier.
See, I look at it as S, like Tilar one, S, A, B, C, D.
D.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Okay.
I actually want to make a quick request in terms of the tier list. Could we just throw all the clunker Bs into Primus Should Be Ashamed?
No. Not completely.
Could we at least do the Gold Plastic Syndrome ones and get those over with?
Yeah, we can throw those guys in there.
Thank goodness. I feel like some of those should just shouldn't even debate them or waste time.
Yeah, the thing is with those guys is that I did want to go into one factor with them, but if you guys don't really care, I won't waste your time.
See, my problem when it comes to like the clunker Bs here, I don't know which one is which. I don't know which was the number one in the whole line, or which is the rusted one, or whatnot.
No, well, I can tell you which one is which. I can let you know that one.
Okay.
But with the gold guys, Owen, I did want to point into the factor is that they were gold for the exclusive, like because they were Comic-Con exclusives, but they also came with G1 Soundwave cassettes that were never available in America.
I remember that. I remember they had the one for Volkswagen B at Big Ben's.
Right. So, like, I would say, like, if you're like a G1 purist, like, you would want to get those guys.
Yeah.
For the cassettes, but like, if we're just talking straight, like, Studio Series figures, these guys go in the bottom. They will not last.
Yeah.
Okay. I really don't see a reason to include them in anything.
Yeah.
All right. Whose turn is it? It's Will's turn.
Yeah, it's Will's turn.
My turn. Wait.
Okay.
All right. Can you scroll all the way?
Yes.
Can you scroll down?
Ah!
Oh! I want Bumblebee RC.
Ooh, okay. All right, for Bumblebee RC.
S tier.
Yeah, I think everything about her is fantastic. She has great articulation. Her actual figure is perhaps like 1-to-1 with the actual CGI model. Even like her backpack is accurate. It's not kibble. It is an actual piece of the model. And sure, we didn't see the bike mode in the movie, but it actually fits the figure, and there's no compromises or kibble anywhere on her. I say S tier.
The only thing is those wheels on her heels.
Yeah, those can be a little rough.
Pretty annoying.
I actually have more problems with just her leg extenders, how she can like fold out her calves a bit. I have more trouble with that, honestly.
Dang, that doesn't bother me at all.
Hey, okay. All right. So, if we're talking about Bumblebee RC, I got many things to say, but I keep it brief. The robot mode itself is awesome. The articulation on that thing is great. It isn't really compromised that much. Now, the wheels on the back of her legs is a little whack, and it is a little like strained, like how they are connected to her feet. So when you want to move her ankles, they're like there. But when it come to me personally, they help a lot with balancing her a little bit. At least for me.
That's true.
Like they give her like a nice firm like stand so that she's planted.
Yeah, she stands
like, on the
very
ground.
good.
She and like her transformation, the fact that she's not she's not G1 RC, so she's not gonna have like a giant, like you said, Owen. She's not gonna have a giant backpack that's covering her entire robot.
Yep.
Like they incorporated the legs to be part of like the motorcycle.
Mm-hmm.
And people can complain like, oh my gosh, her hands are visible in the back, and it's like, bro, if it bothers you that much, you can just take her guns and then just cover them. Like they leave this mode up so that you can like do pretty much whatever you want with it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like her head disappears, so it's not very that visible. I actually really like how her legs transform into the wheels. Like that is really cool.
It is a little weird though that her hands are just sticking out of the back of the bike mode.
It is, but then again, if it bothers you that much, just use the guns and just
just stick them on there. Yep.
Plus, when you transfer back into robot mode, when she's holding the guns, she's already got them in her hand.
Yep.
But like I get it, the wheels on her feet aren't for everyone, and it can be a bit annoying. But I don't know. Like I think she's actually like one of the like better Bumblebee like figures. But
I say that she goes to S tier.
Wait, what?
Oh my gosh!
Did Will say his piece?
I am so sorry, Will.
Might as well not be here, Connor. Is there anything that The only thing also to consider here in general as we move forward is accessories.
Are you
That is fair.
That
is fair.
Yeah.
And
I say her
the guns are fine, but they're not great.
They are small. Despite that, though,
the transformation is pretty smooth. I think I'm fine with this.
Perfect. Till all are one. First S tier of the night. Oh, and I put World War II being Primus should be ashamed. We don't need to debate that.
Okay.
Your turn, Connor.
Okay. We're gonna go with Jolt.
Yo, Joe, yo. All right, who wants to
Primus should
start?
be ashamed. F tier.
Now wait just a minute. Now see here, Bulby.
wait, we can't do him in yet. Well, we can't do him in yet.
Jolt
I
is a little
refuse.
piece of pizza who has 0 fans and 0 friends.
I refuse to let Jolt go down this line of debauchery from you. You should be ashamed, good sir.
I should be ashamed.
Yes, you should.
Dang.
If it wasn't for Jolt, Optimus never would have killed the Fallen. He wouldn't have killed that disgusting bionicle piece of pizza you hate so much.
You know that literally, he's just like Gears, and any other Autobot could have done that.
And don't forget, Ratchet was originally supposed to strap to fix Optimus in the final battle, and Jolt was shoehorned in there because they were going to give.
Fun.
Yeah, they were going to give Jolt's powers to Ratchet when they found out that Jolt might have been cut, and then they're like, "Oh no, he's fine," and they just kept it in.
I did actually forget about that.
So Jolt as a character is definitely F tier. now figure wise.
Okay,
Come
fine.
on.
He's D tier. We'll compromise.
He is at the very least B tier.
What? Dude, he has so much crap. He has a huge backpack.
Yeah, but the backpack itself is actually accurate to his model. And to be honest, it really doesn't hinder too much. The problem I could see a lot of people not liking are his legs.
Yeah, my guy, Jolt's robot, like his whole fit delivery in general, I think he definitely goes. He's definitely better than Lockdown. I'm gonna give that to him. I actually like him better than Lockdown. Now, but like his whole back thing is pretty weird. Like the whole way the whole thing like comes together and then transforms again. It is weird. And like the worst part about his kibble is the stuff on his legs, especially on his hips.
Yes.
So the way that it hinders it that much, that is not where that needs to go. So he's definitely hindered by that. And no ankle pivot, while it does suck, he's not
unstable.
Yeah, it's not like that he's the most unstable thing in the world. I'm looking at you, Starscream. Favorite Starscream. But at least he's malleable, and he can work. His car mode is actually pretty nice. I do like how kind of like weird it is.
It is a clean car mode.
The transformation can be a bit fiddly at times, but it's not the most ungodly thing. That goes to another deluxe class car.
I know who you're thinking of. But we continue.
Also, the way his whips come out of his fingers, like you have to replace his thumbs in order to like get the whips plugged in there. I actually really like how they kept that.
It is a fun detail.
And it's like, oh my gosh, you don't want to lose his thumbs. Well, you can just plug them into his hips, so that way they're just like there and they will stay.
Still there. Yeah.
Like he actually is a pretty solid boy too. Like I haven't had any loose problems with him last I had him. But like he does have issues, a bunch of stuff holding him back from being like at least A tier. I'm willing to put him below Brawl. But like C tier, if he's going in C tier, he's going high C tier.
I agree with that.
Will? Any
You
objections?
guys are overrating him like crazy, but that's fine.
No,
All
no.
right, then.
Well, if you have a valid argument, say it, please.
Yep, we are here to
I just
debate.
don't get the appeal. Like, what does he really have? Why do you guys love him so much?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. My main love for him came from two things. Okay, it was the way he was his original toy bios that I used to read off of his like boxes and stuff when I used to see him like in stores back in 2009 made me think that this character was just a total chump, and the only thing he ever does in the movie is just fix Optimus.
Yeah.
Which is true.
Yes, which is true. But I'm gonna be honest here. The reason I really don't want to put him at the bottom is because of Bubtastic.
Yo.
I did this.
Yep. This
I'm
is
sorry,
your
I'm
doing.
sorry, Will, but ever since the Jolt short was made, this little blue guy
has snuck his way right into your heart.
he look, he's not the greatest thing in the world, but he's not an atrocity to studio series, you know?
There are other atrocities here, like Crowbar.
Is that supposed to make us feel better?
Well, there was gonna be a but.
You're a butt!
The other thing, I guess the other thing that is also kind of appealing about him is that we've never had like an actual like accurate Jolt figure.
Yeah, that's true. Every other figure we had, he is a concept art shrimp boy. This one is actually accurate.
For the 5 seconds he shows up, yes, it's accurate. That's all I have to say about him. I'm sorry, but well, next time you think about that, just remember, you did
that.
It's your fault, man. You thought you were going to save Connor from being a Jolt lover, but no, you've only guaranteed it.
I'm a Jolt lover and Bubtastic, and Bayverse, that's another story.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for the moment that we put up one of the NASCAR boys and Caleb just pops up out of nowhere like, it's S tier, and leaves.
Okay. So we're good on Jolt? Yes?
Yeah.
Will?
I suppose.
Okay, Will, your turn. Oh, wait, it's Owen's turn, isn't it?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh yeah, wait, because you picked Jolt, right? No, Will picked Jolt.
Connor picked Jolt.
Oh no, yeah, it was Connor. All right, then. Actually, Connor, you think there are any other dudes that we could just throw into Primus should be ashamed to like get them over with? Like,
we'll get to that. No, we can get to that later. Unless you want to waste your turn on one of them.
I do not want to. So in that case, from here, I will bring us to All right, here's someone we can have fun with. Let's go with Jeep B.
Okay. Here we go.
I absolutely love Jeep Bumblebee. I think he is one of the best modern Bumblebee figures we have ever gotten. Not to mention just the fact it is so unique already by the fact that it is Bumblebee, but a Jeep, not a sports car, not a bug. He's a Jeep. He has no kibble on him whatsoever, and he is expressive as all get out in every single manner. No backpack, no hindrance of any kind. The one thing I could say would be a concern for him is some of the clear plastic, like with his windshield and all that. But I've not had any problems, so I'm cool in that case. But in terms of just like the look of the robot mode, the transformation, and the Jeep mode itself, everything about him is flawless, in my opinion. And I think he deserves Till All Are One.
Will, you take this one.
I'm down. There's a reason we're gonna move over to using him.
Okay.
What do you say,
Yeah.
Connor?
Yeah. Owen, you pretty much stole it from our hearts. You know it to be true.
Welcome to S tier, Jeep B.
Jeep B is definitely goated.
Perfect. Your turn, Connor.
It is? It's Will's turn.
No?
Yeah, I
Connor
picked
Jolt.
We got RC. You picked Jeep B. It is
I kept
now
mixing that up
Will's
for
turn.
some reason. Hit it, Will.
Take it, Bob.
Barricade.
Which one?
We can put both. We can put both.
Yeah, I know. We can put them together.
Yeah.
I'll move them up
Pizza.
top so they're ready.
I got things.
Will, you want to start talking about Barricade?
Barricade, I've come to really love his head.
Me too, man. Me too.
Wait, his head?
Connor, don't be like that.
I'm not being like anything. I just want to know. I'm just asking why. That's all.
He looks funny.
He does have a funny face. This bot has a funny face.
Okay.
He's funny. I like.
Is that it?
Yeah.
All right, then I shall continue by saying I think he's a very solid deluxe class from back in the day. I say he's held up actually really well as time has gone on. He is a little more limited in terms of our articulation. The last time I messed with him, I was really noticing how much he lacks. But at the same time, he pulls so much from the Masterpiece figure and has a great defined robot mode as a whole. And I love his police car mold. I love the Mustang. It is clean and slick, and I absolutely love it.
Okay. So, Barricade, our funny police cop boy, his robot mode is fun. I do like how his hands can actually open up and close.
Yeah.
He comes with the weed whacker, which is funny.
Haha, weeds.
He has.
Yep.
He has the weed whacker, which is great. They also kept the tradition of making his head a softer plastic,
which I do find to be weird.
That's just been a thing with a lot of Barricade figures, so they did that. Now my biggest issue with Barricade is his transformation.
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
His transformation kind of bugs me. And it's not that it's undoable, but it's that you need to be absolutely precise with him. Otherwise,
it's not going
to work. The top of his car is not going to work out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not that. It's not a good transformation.
But when you get it into car mode, it actually is great.
He is nice.
Yeah. And it is cool though that in car mode you can actually put the weed whacker in front.
Yeah, and, I love people. That he's mowing people down. I think that's super fun.
Yeah, that stuff's like, come on, man, that's great. So
yeah. So here's the other question then: which version do we think is better, the original or the one in the 15th anniversary pack?
Okay. Boys, I'm gonna be frank with you. The 15th anniversary pack, when you look at the CGI model, what does he have more on his face, silver or black?
Black.
I would say for accuracy, we put the 51 over the original, but the original, it's honestly like take it or leave it. It really, in the long run, doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Then,
since
in terms of ranking for that case, do you think they should go in B tier?
Yeah.
Jolt will definitely go below that.
I mean, when you think about it, Jolt is a slightly more solid figure than Barricade, and then
Connor.
What?
I may like Jolt, but he's not better than one of the original Decepticons.
I mean,
the original Decepticons.
One of the original from the 2007 movie.
And I'm from that little trick. A part of Will died. Oh, jeez.
Oh, and showing us his true colors, Connor.
Oh, jeez.
Have I not already done that more times than once?
I can't do that. Oh my god, pull yourself together.
All right, boys. I am gonna get off here to eat.
Okay, having a break for that.
Well, I do need to eat.
I will also need to eat, but I don't know if there's food out yet. So, do you want me and Connor to stop, or can we keep going?
Nah, carry on.
Okay.
I'm sure when he sees the list, I'm sure we'll see something. He's gonna be like, "Hey, whoa, wait a minute."
That is
I'll come in and like, you put favor Soundwave where?
All right, then. We will see you back after food.
Okay. Well,
in that case, Connor, we can agree that the original SS Ratchet Goes in Primus should be ashamed, right?
I would put him in not cool.
Fine by me.
I would put him in not cool just because if you have him, it's not the worst thing in the world. Especially if you want like a Bayverse, a Bayverse Ratchet.
Yeah.
But as but like compared to the other ones that we've gotten recently, he goes there.
Okay. Then from there, someone we should, I want to get. I say we should quickly get some others out of the way in this case.
Oh, dude, you need to make a list for the core class guys.
Actually, dude, I have decided that we test them like real men and chads, among others. I believe the cores deserve a chance to actually fight alongside everyone else.
Okay. Then, in that case, we are gonna do, oh, where is he? Let's do Helicopter Drift.
Okay. Actually, I was gonna say quickly, could we throw some other ones just down into like the low tiers quickly, like Helicopter Dropkick or KSI Sentry?
Okay, when we're talking about KSI Sentry and Stinger, yeah, I guess we can throw them in. I don't know, man. I would put Stinger over Lockdown.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
And then KSI Sentry below Stinger.
That works.
Yeah, and then Helicopter Dropkick we can put. Man, I don't know. I'm really torn. I don't know what happened to me. I've become kind of torn on this guy. I can't explain it, man. But I kind of became a little attached to him.
For me, you know my take. I personally just do not like him with how inaccurate he is to the movie.
Yeah, especially if we're going to go by accuracy, he is not the guy. He's not going to be the guy you want to go to.
But from what I know and what you've said about him in the past, I think he goes to the top of not cool. You have said that he is a solid figure.
He is pretty solid. Like, I guess the other thing you really have to think about when messing with him is that he is a little spindly, but like he's not the worst. And I actually do think it's kind of impressive that you can get kind of like a little bit of bulk from him from his really thin helicopter mode.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would probably put him. I would probably put him below Ratchet. I think that kind of checks it out.
All right, that works.
And was there anyone else?
There are a few other clunker bees of some kind. There's the Bumblebee with Charlie figure, and there's the actual rusted 07 Bumblebee.
Okay, rusted 07, like the one that comes with Charlie, that one can go.
Not cool.
Yeah, put it in not cool. I probably
above Lockdown.
Yeah.
And then what about the rusted one?
I would put that guy above the Charlie one.
Okay, that works.
Yeah.
What about the Bumblebee 2-pack? The one with the Volkswagen Bee and the Last Night Bee.
Okay.
I think that's a necessary one we need to get into.
Last Night Bumblebee, okay. Am I really gonna do it? I guess I'm really gonna do this. Last Night Bumblebee is going in, not cool, but he's going below, Dropkick.
That bad, huh?
He is the Last Night Deluxe with less paint. Also, my copy just like at least when I got my hands on him, he was something.
Okay. Huh. Then what do you say about the Volkswagen Bee that comes with him?
He's not perfect, but I like it.
Okay, bottom in that case, below Jolt.
We can keep him there for now, yeah.
Okay. RC Sisters, I find them to be one of the. I absolutely despise their designs and their entire inclusion and the trio mode they have. I think it's awful. I think they should go, and Primus should be ashamed.
No, I'm kind of torn on putting them that low because, like, yeah, their designs are like not
Hideous.
my favorite. Their designs are not my favorite, but you're pretty much getting 3 car classes for $20. It's not a bad deal, and you know what? For their size, their molding and their engineering isn't bad.
At the same time, I really want to take this into account now that I think about it. If there was like, do you really think I don't know. I feel like when it comes to a character that's listed like the RC sisters and RC, if you have a comparison between them, I feel that most people or maybe kids would want to get the real like a normal RC instead. But now that I think about it, kids only want more of something they love. And now that I think about it, the kids would probably just pick the sisters to get 3 figures. Now that I think about it.
I do like how I do like that they do the concept art combination mode.
That is
I
weird.
Actually do like they did.
It's okay.
I do like that they did some certain things with them, especially for like the really hardcore Bayverse fans. Like I do like they did certain things. As how they come, they definitely. I would put them in not cool, but I would probably put them over the Bumblebee.
Okay, if you say so.
I'm putting that above that Bumblebee. Oh my lord. Okay. Shadow Operator.
Better than Lockdown. Holds up better. Has a really cool head mold.
That is going above. That's going above the Bumblebees. That's going below KSI Sentry.
I concur with that. The orange is it's a weird, wacky, random figure to have in the line, but I think it is a really fun one. Has a cool gun piece as the weapon. The orange pops so well. Dude, yeah, it comes with a gun. Yeah, and actually good gun. Not to diss on Lockdown's hook. He came with a nice hook, but the gun is nice.
If Lockdown came with the gun and the hook, that'd be one thing. But no, he came with the freaking knife thing, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, no. And the Lamborghini mode is even better in the orange, I think. It is. I think man, everything about it looks better.
Yeah, man. This random repaint that's pretty much just an accessory pack for Lockdown. So does Lockdown so much better. Yeah.
Anyone else here we can just blow through? Oh, you know what? Let's have a little fun here for a moment, Connor. Let's take both since Will brought it up, let's put the Bayverse Soundwaves and put them in S tier for now, just for the heck of it, to mess with them.
Satellite Soundwave goes in S tier.
Yes. Amazing figure. Absolutely loving. And yeah, the Mercedes one is cool, but he turns into something like a car. We don't like that. Like, why would we want that?
Okay, look, in all seriousness, Dark of the Moon Soundwave.
I think they are solid figures. They actually function well as figures, but Satellite Soundwave is literally just gray and turns into, honestly, a nothing satellite mode. We can enjoy it, but it is legit just nothing. He would go in like either the top of not cool or the bottom of it isn't perfect, but I like
it. No, well, here's the thing, man. Satellite. I'm just gonna say this, dude. The Mercedes Soundwave. I do not like it over the Satellite. I can't bring myself to put it over the Satellite Soundwave. Yeah, the Satellite is missing a few more solar panels and is really like whack. But like, I can't. I don't know why. I don't hate it. Maybe it's because it has a little extra. Maybe because it has the flight stand, you can actually get it to like fly in the air and stuff. Maybe that's it. I don't know. But I don't hate him. I also like his head in Revenge of the Fallen. I like his head in Revenge of the Fallen way more than it does
Dark
in
of the Moon. Yeah,
Moon.
The head actually has like a visor to him. I want to like take some paint and give him a blue and gold paint scheme to make him look like Soundwave. Because we've said it before, but Soundwave being a satellite actually fits his character.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing. Like, yeah, the gray. Like, if he had more silver on him,
if he was silver like the Dark of the Moon one, then we'd probably be saying a different story.
Yeah, like as he is. Also, the satellite Soundwave coming with a freaking flight stand instead of some weird plastic laser beak that you're just gonna lose later.
Yeah, having a flight stand is a really cool inclusion.
Yeah, I'm gonna put satellite Soundwave in.
It isn't perfect, but you like it?
No, not that high. I'm not gonna put him that high. I'm gonna. I want to put him above Dropkick. I'm gonna put him above Dropkick.
All right, we'll do that when Will comes back. And then what about Dark of the Moon Soundwave in that case? Because the points
cool,
have to.
But not cool, but he goes right below the satellite Soundwave.
Yeah, they really gotta stick together because I think satellite Soundwave in a way is a better figure, and having the flight stand is nice instead of the laser beak you could lose. But the Dark of the Moon one turns into an actual car, which really you gotta give props for that. It turns into something you can actually play with.
The other thing I do like over the satellite Soundwave is that he actually has ankles.
Yeah. Not like the weird one angle turn in thing.
Yeah.
All right. I'm trying to think about other ones we can just get out of the way so we can save some good stuff for Will. Let's get the car shatter out of the way. I personally don't like her. She's inaccurate, and sure, the mask head is accurate in a way, but you have to look for that. It's not like in your face all the time. So she's good for being the car mode, but as a figure is just mid in my opinion.
The robot mode and the vehicle mode don't bother me. The transformation is what holds this figure really back. Especially when you're going into car mode. The getting into car mode is the worst thing about this figure. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
I don't know how other way to explain other than it's just like the freaking the robot mode, yeah, is pretty inaccurate, but like I don't hate it, and the car mode is sick. The transformation for it is the biggest problem because like you're gonna feel like you're gonna break it.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm going to honestly, man, I'd put her above Primus would be the top of Primus would be ashamed.
That is fine by me in that case. I want to get this one out of the way. I don't get why High Octane B is on the list here because he came in the 2-pack that came with Stinger or whatever. And if we have to rank him, here's what I'll say about him. He is one of the best Age of Extinction figures of that timeline. I happen to really like the figure, but I always forget that I customized him myself to make him look more accurate. He has a little too much yellow on him and everything. It's kind of rough. But overall,
not to mention this guy is a reissue of the one that has too much yellow on him.
Yeah, that too, which is really rough. I don't know why they do that.
He's way too much of a brighter yellow, unlike the one that the normal release, which was more of the orange yellow.
But yeah, at the same time, the figure is a solid Bumblebee, and the car mode is honestly really nice.
Yeah,
so I think that B should go in. It isn't perfect, but I like it. You down for that?
to be honest, I don't know, man. I don't think his engineering just feels way too far behind to even like the fact that they threw him into Studio Series is what bothers me because
yes, I agree
Studio
with
Series
that.
engineering is so freaking much
Good.
better. And they give this guy, and then on top of that, they charge him $20 in a 2-pack. Because if deluxes are $20, you're telling me a figure that was originally $14 just
goes
went up
$5
extra dollars?
Yeah.
No.
All right, then in that case, do you say he goes to not cool?
I would put him above Shatter.
Primus should be ashamed, huh? All right,
dude,
then.
It's a shameless throw-in cash grab thing, dude.
All right, then. That is fine by me in that case.
Like, if it was just the figure by itself, I wouldn't put it, I wouldn't be so harsh,
Right. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, for me. Oh, I want to get this guy out of the way too. Both these guys in this case. The Revenge of the Fallen Megatron. I hate this figure. Absolutely hate him. This figure is a fiddly, messy hunk of nothing. The original is a worse attributor of this, just how, like, he's plain gray and practically white and looks ugly. The Battle Damage one looks a lot better. He has a good paint job and everything, but everything else, he doesn't hold together properly. He has those little flaps on the back of his knees and everything. Every time I pick him up to mess with him, they fall off. And his transformation is also a weird mesh of so many different things and ends up with a final product that barely feels like it's correct when it's together. The only thing I can say I like about that figure is the head mold and the gun arm. Aside from that, I think that those guys go to either not cool or Primus should be ashamed.
I would put not cool.
All right. Good. I can have those out of the way in that case. Fine by me.
I am definitely putting that repainted one version, though, above Dropkick.
You know what? I can agree with that, too. Because the fact is, the paint job is really good on that one.
From what I've heard from other people, too, is that version is way more solid than the original one.
And even then, it's still not good.
Yeah.
All right, then. Next one we should get out of the way. Let's do Cogman.
Cogman.
I think he is... Well, he is also just a complete throw-in to Studio Series. His figure's the same as the Last Night figure. But...
unlike Bumblebee, Cogman is goated!
He is actually a really fun figure. He doesn't have any, like, problems. Well, clear plastic is a problem. I am concerned about his clear plastic. But aside from that, he holds up. He has a small backpack. He's fairly accurate to his design, despite not being a core class. And he's a headmaster for that matter. You can take his head off and have it be an actual scale-accurate Cogman for that matter.
You can also have him drive himself.
Yeah, you can also have him drive himself. I say he goes to not perfect, but you like it, or maybe even A tier.
I would probably put him
above Barricade.
I would just put him in bottom of not perfect, but I like it because the original Cogman figure was so hard to get a hold of back then.
Yeah.
And then it's like when Studio Series re-released him and gave him like an actual like shiny silver paint job, it's just so much better than the original figure.
It is.
Despite it being the same mold. Plus, like with the transformation bits with him, you can actually get him pointing the sword.
Yes, he actually can, and it's really nice. Yeah, I like that figure. Oh, here's something we actually should have considered. Should the Nest Bumblebee go in S tier along with Jeep B? Or no? Because the way I see it is it's still the same great figure, but with a completely random paint scheme that not only doesn't appear in the film, but doesn't have any form of a reference anywhere else. It is very weird that this thing exists.
Yeah.
He should go to S tier as well? Or should he go to A tier?
Whoa, I wouldn't put him that high. I don't know if I'd put him in S tier.
A tier then? Oh, wait, but then, you know what? I have to change this in my opinion. I think Shockwave has to go to A tier, honestly. And not to mention, in that case, if we're talking about the Nest B, he cannot go above Shockwave, in my opinion.
No.
So in that case, how about the top of It Isn't Perfect, but I Like
It? Yeah, sure.
All right. Oh, I gotta save that one for when Will actually gets back. Oh, what do you know about... Let's just do this for the heck of it. What do you know about the core class Laserbeak? The one that's the Dark of the Moon Bumblebee, but pink. What do you know about that guy? Because
So
I've been told he sucks.
I've been hearing a lot of things about the core class Bay vs. Bumblebee mold. Honestly, I think it's overhated. I don't think it's that bad. I haven't been able to actually find him anywhere, so I've never been able to find him.
I remember they had him at Big Ben's once, but I passed him up just because I don't really care to get him.
I haven't been able to get my hands on any of the Bumblebees, so I really don't. I think it's overhated. I think people hate on him too much.
Then how about they go to not cool for now?
Yeah, sure.
We're gonna have ourselves lined up to do only bangers. Who else should be done from here? Oh, World War II Hot Rod. What do you say about
him? He's going above the gold guys, but below Shatter.
Fine by me. Oh, Bumblebee Cliff Jumper. I think that guy looks good, but he is a very fiddly, messy figure. And is, considering there's so much clear plastic on him, he isn't that fun to transform in that case. He looks good, but just because of those problems alone and how the mold gets improved as the times go on, I think Cliff Jumper should go to top of not cool. Or maybe just below the KSI Century.
Yeah.
What do you have to say, Connor, about the B-127, the masked one?
Not perfect, but I like it.
I think that works. I don't have much to say personally about him in that case.
Yeah. Also, his buzzworthy repaint goes above him just because he has the more accurate metallic colors.
And he has a head sculpt we actually saw in the movie. Actually, in that case, I think that one should go above Cogman. Maybe even above the Volkswagen B we have there.
Maybe.
See, actually, here's the thing in that case, Connor. What do we do about the standalone release of Volkswagen Bumblebee?
You put them below the Rusty Bird. You put them below the one that came in the pack because the one in the 2-pack was actually like kind of dirty, like in the movie.
Okay. Then the B127 from the Buzzworthy line, does he go above the Volkswagen guys or below?
Man, I think he's good right there for now.
Okay. I think from there we really have only like bangers lined up here, essentially. Oh, we could get this out of the way. How do you feel about the 15th anniversary Ratchet?
He is not perfect, but I like it.
I think that works by me. Wait. I think he needs to go to the top of not cool. And here's why. Because the premium finish version of him exists.
Well, see, that's what I was going to go with. Like, the premium finish one was going to go up to the top of wasn't perfect, but I like it.
Yeah. Because not only that, the premium finish version you can find easier and is cheaper than the one in the 15th anniversary because, well, you'd be paying for like 5 whole figures, and it could be something you just don't even want. If you just want Ratchet, get the premium finish.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. How about Core Class Shockwave? What do you say about him?
Core Class Shockwave. I love him. I love him. Yeah, sure, he's missing. See, this is my thing with the core classes, man. They're budgeted small $10 figures that don't do much, but they're just pleasant pocket toys for you to just like mess around with.
Yeah, totally get it.
They're like if you want a little guy for your desk or something like that, just to have around. Core class is the GOAT. That's why I want to make a second list for them because like they're not meant to contend with the other guys, you know?
In some ways, though, they can contend with other guys because I already have one that does. The freaking
if you're talking
Exosuit dude.
Okay, I'm gonna have to stop you right there, man. The Exosuit Noah, it's a completely bonkers, man. I got things to say.
Then we'll get to him when we get to him. Should Core Shockwave go with his dad in A tier? Or should he go lower?
Put him with his dad for now.
All right. I think now it is time that we handle some of the Constructicons.
Oh.
Connor, okay. What have you got to say about Hightower?
S tier.
What? Hightower in S tier?
Hightower in S tier.
And what makes you say that for the Dino Mode Bozo?
He's precious, and I love him dearly.
But Connor, even I have to ask, what can he even do?
He can be Hightower.
He can be high, that's for sure.
Okay. In all seriousness, he is going. He's going above. I would put him below Jolt.
That is a ranking that I can work with. I find that to be acceptable.
Also, he was the very first him and Scrap Metal were the first Transformers that were based on concept art.
Oh,
and Overlord.
Right. Wait, Connor, now here's the question actually. Looking at the list, does Hightower can't go above the Bumblebees right here in It Isn't Perfect. He can't go above because the Bumblebees all function better as actual figures. They have arms, they have legs, they can hold weapons, they can walk properly. They're not a weird amalgamation of things.
Owen?
Yes. Yes, Connor?
I can't say this. I'm sorry.
I think
he can go below the rusty version of Volkswagen B.
Okay. I think a B, at least one, needed to be higher than that guy. All right, then what about... Let's hit up Scrap Metal now. What do you got to say about Scrap Metal?
He goes...
Connor, you died on me for a moment. Where does Scrap Metal go?
He goes right below Hightower.
He really?
Yes.
Connor, he stands on two legs and he has proper arms and everything.
Yep.
What?
Yep. Is there an issue, senor?
I think this is one time where I think people that stand on two legs deserve to be put above others.
Nope. You see? Nope. Hightower goes above Scrap Metal.
I guess we'll get Will's take when he's back. Dang. Okay.
He's going above. He belongs right there.
All right. Let's get this one out of the way then. What do you say about the premium finish Bumblebee, the Volkswagen one?
Above Hightower.
Wait, you really think that's the best version of the Volkswagen mold?
No. I think it's the second best.
So the 2-pack one should go above the premium finish.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Really running through things here. Which one is Skipjack? Skipjack is yellow, right?
Yep.
Any change opinions or anything at all about that Constructicon? Anything different when it comes to Skipjack for you, or do you love him all the same?
Skipjack? See, Rampage and Skipjack, I think, are stuck together because, like, if you want the fight with Bumblebee, you go with Rampage. But if you want an accurate Devastator, you go with Skipjack.
Okay. So it barely is a one over the other for them.
Yeah, because it's just personal preference on which... If you only had a big quantity, it only depends on which version do you really want.
Okay. Goodness gracious, Bailey is barking up a storm down there. Then where do you think those two should go? Because I like their designs. I think they're cool, but they have to they have to be on a stand at all times. They don't have legs. They're a weird snake type thing.
They go. They're going. They are going in, but actually, yeah, they're gonna go right above Hightower.
Okay. Oh, KSI boss. That's something we should do. I think KSI boss deserves to go in A tier personally. I think that entire mold has held up fantastically and has stood the test of time. He's been reused for other figures multiple times over, and I think as a whole, that's just a testament to how good it really is. He stands solid. He has a fun jet mode. He's got cool weapons, and each version of him is a headmaster, so you can mix and match things how you want for the fun of it. If not A tier, he should go to B tier.
Yeah.
Top of B tier.
He goes high. He goes high though.
Yeah. I'll put him there for now. Yeah, let's get that one out of the way. How do you feel about Nest Ratchet?
Put that below Shadow Raider.
Really? Below Shadow Raider, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, that works for me. I was really hoping Will would be back soon. What do you got to say about Scrapper?
He goes in A tier.
Scrapper to A tier? What makes you say that for him? What makes Scrapper so good?
He's like the other Constructicons, like Overlord, Hightower, and Scrap Metal. He's never had an actual like figure besides a small Legends class guy.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. And with what they were able to do with him, they actually did him justice. He looks like how he does. His transformation is also really fun to do. I really like the tricks that they did with his legs and stuff. I like his claw hands and how they contribute to the transformation. I do wish they did an upgrade kit for him, though. The one thing I do knock him back is that one of his claw hands doesn't open. And I really wish it did, because one of them is supposed to be on a ball and chain.
Oh, really? That's dang. We kind of need that, honestly.
Yeah, but like as him by himself, he's still really fun.
We need an upgrade that makes him into Trench from the last night.
Yeah.
All right then, A tier. Oh. How do we feel about the ride Megatron?
The ride? Oh, Dark of the Moon Megatron?
Yeah, but the one from Universal for the ride 3D. I personally don't like him as much. There's no reason to get that figure when the Dark of the Moon one exists. He's the same figure, but with less accessories and honestly a worse paint job.
He just comes with two things that were missing. You know,
What are those two things?
the hood and Igor.
Yeah. I think the ride Megatron needs to go to the top of not cool.
Yeah.
That shall work. Hey, you know what? I am also going to take a quick break and I'm going to take a check-in on food downstairs. I should be no longer than maybe 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
So I'm going to put the stream to a quick, like, a be right back page. put us back. All right. Where do we even go from here? All right, perfect. There's an easy one we can just do. How do you feel about Nest Bone Crusher?
I'm gonna save him for when we do actually Bone Crusher, the real Bone Crusher.
Fine by me. See, we're on so many now that I feel like all of us would have good opinions on. That it's hard to pick certain things out. So, you know what? What do you think of Rise of the Beast, Freezer? From what you know of him,
He's okay.
funny little boy.
He's more of a weapons guy than he's more of a weaponizer than
an
transformer.
Figure. Right.
Freezer and the other guy, Novocaine,
yeah, they're legit just the same.
They go into C tier.
Yeah, I guess that works. You know, we can get onto that. Helicopter drift. The way I feel about this figure is that, well, for one, I think it's the best helicopter drift we have. I hated the original Age of Extinction figure. He has good swords, not a bad transformation, and an actually accurate helicopter mode for the 2 times he used it for like 3 seconds. But aside from that, it's a solid figure. It doesn't really have anything wrong with it.
I think he can go. I think he goes into the into B tier.
I can jam with that. And then on the other hand, the Last Night drift. I happen to like this figure a little more. For one, you get more with that figure than you do the helicopter drift. You get 5 swords and 3 baby Dinobots. Yeah, his figure is a little messy. He is a little loose in certain ways, but he's not. Are you in the kitchen, Connor?
No.
Okay. With the Last Night drift, he's not unposable. He still has some expressiveness to him. And overall, he has a better car mode than in my opinion, than the Dark of the Moon Soundwave. I like the look of that Mercedes way more. I think it's really fun. Overall, the figure, I think it has more things to enjoy. Like, you get more stuff with it than the helicopter one, but as a figure doesn't function as well. I think he also goes into B tier and should probably go above or below Barricade. What do you think?
Well, first of all, I think you're absolutely bonkers for putting helicopter drift that high.
Okay, we'll put him down here.
And second, the regular Last Night drift is in a good spot.
All right, that works in that case. It's almost 7:30 and Will still isn't back.
Which is why I was gonna say, do you want to stop and get a hold of him? Ask if everything's okay?
Yeah, I'll hit him up with a quick message.
It's like, I don't mean to really bug you or anything, just wondering if you're still here or not.
Okay. From here. Who next? You know what? Let's do SS32. Let's get on with the 2007 Optimus figure.
Okay.
I think it is a good start to the whole line of Bayverse Prime figures. Still holds up. He doesn't really have anything wrong with him. I've heard some people say that he is over-engineered for his size. So
Over-engineered.
yeah, I think that's a little dumb. But overall, I think he has good paint. His gun is a nice inclusion of a weapon. The truck mode looks good. My only thing that I do have with that mold is that some of his tolerances, like in particular, his legs don't feel very smooth. They feel a little unnaturally tight in certain ways. Not like unmovable, but just it doesn't feel as nice as say SSO5. But despite that, all those primes have held up to this day and are still really good figures. And I think this Optimus needs to go in either top of B tier or bottom of A tier. How do you feel?
I would put him above Scrapper. Hello?
I will do that. Oh, Will just messaged me back. Oh, he said he's not coming back.
Okay.
Well, I guess we continue on then.
Okay.
Well, that is how we do it. All right, let's go to SSO5. I think that this figure, in some ways, I think it is more fun to mess with than the SS44. But at the same time, what makes him my problems with him are the lack of good paint and the whole mold itself, how different the chest is and everything. Doesn't have the same pop as 44. But at the same time, I have more fun messing with him. So what do you think about that one, Connor? What do you have to say?
I would put him below the 2007 one just because of the more muted colors and the way that his back kibble is. While it's not the worst in the world, and people would say, oh, it makes him slightly smoother to transform, sure, but if we're talking about accuracy, he is the least accurate Bayverse Optimus.
Yeah, he is. Then you pick someone out now, Connor. You go ahead and take a pick.
Starscream from Bayverse.
All right. We should just do all three versions in that case.
There's only two versions from the Bayverse.
I mean the figures. There's the original release, one in the 15th anniversary pack, and the Revenge of the Fallen one.
Oh, okay.
I think that Starscream is still really good. The figure was updated a little bit from the time of its release. It has a rotation piece at the head, so he can actually look upward and not just left and right. They gave him some extra pieces on his hips, essentially, to help fill things in more. And the mold still is as solid as the original, in my opinion. Personally, I do still think the Revenge of the Fallen one is better than the others just for the paint alone.
Yeah.
Now, they go to either top of It Isn't Perfect, but I like it, or they go to A tier. Go to Awesometron chat, or the tier.
They are going in A tier.
Works for me. Oh, what do we got to say about Core Class RC?
Not perfect, but I like it.
I don't have much to say about that one either, since I don't actually own that one yet. But overall, I think it is a fair place right there in the middle. Wait, but if Will's not coming back, dude, we got to move the sound waves properly. We can't joke with him now.
Oh well.
Where'd we say? B tier is where we said?
For Soundwave?
Yeah.
I honestly think they're fine where they are, personally.
In S tier?
No, where we have them right now.
Connor, I'm talking about Soundwave.
Yeah, and I think they are good at where they were before.
Where were they before? Connor, we only put them in S tier. Where did we say they would go when Will came back?
They go in the... They go...
Do they go to B or A tier?
They went to C tier.
Oh. Okay. That's fine. Oh, wait, hold on a sec. And now Will says he is coming back. So I better put the sound waves back real quick.
He is? Weird. Okay, cool.
A bunch of double takes. Okay. Now I just want to wait for him to come in. Like, all right, what have you boys done? Why is the Baver Soundwave in S tier?
Oh, we like it.
It isn't perfect, but I like it.
That's the wrong live action Soundwave. That wasn't the best robot mode at all. We liked it.
We liked it.
He's like, that's what I get for working with Bavers fans.
Honestly, Will would say something like that. Okay, then in the meantime, let's talk about the side swipes.
Side swipe.
Add the two, Dark of the Moon and Revenge of the Fallen versions.
They are blasphemy.
And why is that?
So, I'm willing to put the Revenge of the Fallen one above Dark of the Moon.
Dude, it's such a toss-up for me, because the Revenge of the Fallen one has better paint, but he has a worse backpack. The Dark of the Moon one has a far better backpack, but the paint is also lacking. I really can't put one above the other for some of that. You know what? You know what? I think in terms of the paint department for that, the Revenge of the Fallen one can go above the Dark of the Moon. But at the end of the day, they are practically the same figure and are still very solid. They both they do legit look exactly the same aside from paint. They can actually stand really well despite having the wheel feet. They designed that very well. The concept Corvette car mode is really sleek. I always loved the look of that car when I was a kid. And there aren't really any other compromises or problems to be had with him. He has a good head mold that actually looks the part and everything. He has his blades and his guns. I'd say the side swipes should go to... I think they should go to the top of It Isn't Perfect, but I like it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Let's get another one of your guys in here, Connor. Give me the rundown on Mixmaster.
He is right below Sideswipe.
Nothing else.
He's actually pretty solid for a Voyager. People complain about how the mixing drum on his arms they don't lock in or whatever. Well, mine do, and they do lock in. There is a way to do it. His articulation is pretty nice actually for what he does. And then it's like people are complaining about the kibble on his back, and I'm like, well, don't forget, these guys also have to combine into Devastator, and they don't really have parts farming, so he's going right below Sideswipe.
Okay.
What egregious thing you boys have done.
Come on and take a look for yourself.
Let's see. Oh my lord. You're trolling.
You're looking at what we're looking at, right?
At Soundwave.
Nope. Not trolling.
You wanted Soundwave in S tier, you got Soundwave.
You said we could do stuff without you, and we did stuff.
You guys are trolling.
Yeah, we are. We are.
Oh, we like him.
But we like it.
Okay, funny's over. Put them back where they belong.
Right back down. There we go.
There we go. So
much better.
It's like, oh my lord. Please psych right now.
That makes sense. Okay. Will would be thinking that we're trolling.
Because we are.
Owen, if you think you can trick me. If real life was D&D, your deception stat would be -18.
Wait, 18?
Negative 18.
Why -18?
Because Owen cannot lie.
I can't. See, I can't do casual or anything like that. I just can't do it. All right.
Owen, lie.
Right now. Yeah, tell me your best lie.
Ocarina of Time sucks.
Never mind. It's not negative 18. It's negative 38.
Okay.
Yeah, I can never say that about Ocarina of Time.
Well, shoot.
All right, then, since you're back, Will, we've essentially left nothing but the bangers here. We've handled most of the stuff that you don't have or care about, or things that are just not that good. Look at the list here and take your pick of who we do next.
Wheeljack.
All right, Bumblebee Wheeljack. Honestly, I think he goes best here. The figure has an absolutely incredible head sculpt. Probably one of the best looking Wheeljacks I've ever seen. He actually has his little wings on the back of his shoulders. He's actually white, green, and red. Some instances, it feels like his legs are a little weird in terms of articulation, but other than that, he still has all the main points that figures should have. His transformation is not bad at all. It's very normal transformation, and the car mode is sick. I honestly love that car mode a lot. Thoughts?
Yep, S tier.
Connor?
My boy Wheeljack is an S tier man. People can complain about his arm kibble or that he has translucent plastic in his feet, but
he does it better than Brawl.
The translucent plastic on him hasn't stressed on me once.
Not a bit. The figure actually holds together solidly with no signs of degradation.
Yeah, no, bro. He's goated.
All right, then. Now you take a pick, Connor.
Bone Crusher.
All right.
S tier.
I was gonna say I haven't really seen his alt mode, but is he S?
I don't know. We're watching the movie.
Okay, have fun, Corey.
But you're not gonna go.
I know. I told you I'm not. It's okay. Okay, so, well, when we're talking about Bone Crusher and his freaking vehicle mode, so you gotta remember, our Bone Crusher is slightly misput together.
He has a QC problem.
Our copy does, anyway. He has 2 left toes.
What?
Yeah.
If you look on our Bone Crusher, well, he has 2 left toes, which means folding up his feet for transformation is kind of bonkers.
You're kidding.
Would I kid about our boy Bone Crusher?
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
Yes.
I really have
2 left feet.
Now, does that? But
Dude,
does that
I can't believe I'm only finding out about this now. That's amazing.
Actually, that does kind of. How do you never tell him about this sooner, Connor?
I thought I did, but I guess I never did.
that is beautiful.
But like
Dude,
his vehicle, like
he could ask RCU to dance, and she's like, "You have 2 left feet." First of all, you're an evil jerk. Second of all, you have 2 left feet.
You're gonna step on my toes all over. No thanks.
And then have blackout, be like, "Whoa, you can't talk to him." No, actually, it's true.
Oh.
Dude, what? No, really. Take a look. Oh,
oh, that's just uncanny.
that's just.
Oh, that is. Oh,
The Bone Crusher is like vehicle mode. Like, despite the fact that our guy has a slightly like weird foot thing going on, like a weird foot fungus.
his car mode,
it
or his
actually-
truck mode, is awesome.
Our guy's vehicle mode actually isn't hindered that badly by that like mishap. His vehicle mode is actually very solid, and since he has like the arm thing hooked up to his to
back.
the front too, dude, like you can do like a lot of stuff with his arm and the vehicle mode too. Like people can complain about, oh, you know, he doesn't have a waist. He doesn't, you know, he can't turn his waist. He can't do the what do you call it? He doesn't have wrists, so he can only go up and down. He has like Muppet hands.
Yeah.
But like, I don't hate that he does. He's kind of great.
I think
he doesn't have traditional Transformer hands, right? He's got claws.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
does.
yeah. If you want to like put stuff in his hands, you literally gotta like put it on like he's like Spider-Man or something, and he has like whip guns.
Yep.
So I honestly want to. I'm willing to put him like in bottom of S tier. If not, then he goes right underneath Shockwave in A tier.
I think that can be done for now.
Now, unless Will's got something else you want to say about Bone Crusher.
That sounds fine.
Now, what about the Nest Bone Crusher? For me, I think the Nest line, it's a fun new thing they're doing, but some of it doesn't make sense. But I think the best one out of the Nest line has to be Bone Crusher because of the fact that it's a disguise for him. Like he's disguising as an Autobot, but he is still working for Megatron and everything. Like a little stooge.
How you do, fellow bots?
Owen, you are drinking the Kool-Aid, man. That is a blatant repaint to suck more cash out of you.
I didn't buy him though.
No, my sister did.
She did?
Wait, you didn't buy him?
No, I didn't buy him.
Oh,
Bone Crusher. Yeah. Owen, Cagney owns Bone Crusher.
That's great, honestly.
that's really random.
Yeah, no, Will, I did not buy that Bone Crusher.
I'm shocked that you didn't, because you've been wanting a Bone Crusher.
Yeah, it's nice and all, but if I want a Bone Crusher, I'm gonna want the original. But I'm not paying the price for it, so I am fine without.
I'm shocked.
Same here, man. I thought he would have picked it up by now.
I saw him many times and just said no.
Okay.
I'm also shocked you're like, I'm not paying for the original one.
Dude, no thanks. I've changed. All right, so the Nest Bone Crusher, should that guy go to it isn't perfect, but I like it? Because while the figure is still really good, I do agree with Will. It is just a cash grab figure.
I don't know, man. Because actually being able to handle the Nest one, I actually kind of like it. I like the little details that they actually were able to paint on him, like the secret message of like "All Hail Megatron" on there.
Yeah, I do like that too.
The hidden Decepticon symbol that you can actually search for on him was, And to be honest, he actually feels like slightly tighter than the OG Bone Crusher.
So you think he should go right next to the original?
I would say he goes below the original just because he's still, like, great. Despite the fact that he is just a blatant repaint.
Well, how do you feel about that?
He has to at least be a tier below.
Yeah.
Alright, then I'll put him with the Nest Bumblebee down below.
Yeah. That should be okay.
Alright then. You picked Bone Crusher. Will picked Wheeljack. All right, it's my turn. I shall bring us. You know what? Let's start up with the Bay vs. Bumblebees.
The Bay vs. Bumblebees?
Yeah, we have 4 of them.
We have 4? Oh, wait. Okay.
Yeah. So, some of these can essentially just go together practically. I think the original, the 2007 one, is arguably the best one in a lot of ways. That figure is actually held up and actually has some more paint on him in some areas as opposed to the up and coming ones. But while I do like the mask head, I do prefer if he had his face instead. And aside from that, the figure does pretty well just on its own. He has some solid articulation, a good looking car mode and everything. Sometimes I do feel he is a little over engineered, but aside from that, I think the first Bumblebee should go to, or not the first, the first Camaro Bee should go to the, it isn't perfect, but I like it. Possibly A tier.
Okay. Okay. Alright. You boys are probably gonna think I'm crazy.
Are you about to say S tier?
I think that the first movie and the Revenge of the Fallen one in particular are better than the Dark of the Moon one and the 5-pack anniversary.
Okay. Why is that?
The first one is honestly still solid. Honestly, you could pretty much put them anywhere you want. It is just personal preference, but the Revenge of the Fallen one actually has the more accurate shade of yellow that's actually used in the films compared to the other guys. And he also comes with a little standy Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah, he does.
So he does have that, which also means he comes with more stuff. He comes with one extra accessory than the other guys.
What do you say, Will?
You know I've never seen any of these Bumblebees in my life, right?
I could have swore you'd seen one of them from Connor at one point in time.
He owns one of the Bumblebees.
Yeah, I meant aside from him.
Oh, aside from the first one. Okay.
Aside from the Dark of the Moon guy.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I gave you the Dark of the Moon one.
Also, Owen, I refuse to put any of these Bumblebees in not perfect, but I like it.
I accept that notion. I will gladly put them into A tier. Except the 15th anniversary one.
Like, despite how you feel about they're all pretty much the same, I actually feel like they're still solid boys. They don't really have anything wrong with them. I would put them above Scrapper and Starscream.
Personally though, Connor, I want to make the case that the 15th anniversary one is the worst of them all for having the absolute most lack of paint, and I've heard is just a fiddly mess for people. Honestly, I think that one deserves to go in not cool.
Sure. Alright, fine.
The rest, above Scrapper, they shall go.
Wait, you guys put Bubtastic Bumblebuddy and it wasn't perfect, but I liked it?
Yeah.
Do you have an argument to why he should be higher?
That's jacked up, dude. His car mode is perfect. He is hard to balance, but he does. I don't know. I think he should be A tier.
Which one though? Both of them?
Oh, the one that's used above 10, the rusty one.
This one here.
Because-
Okay.
The Rusty one, I will actually I can vouch for Will on this one. Like, he is actually solid.
I will concur with what you guys want on this, since I myself have had little to no handling of that figure.
The normal release and the premium finish actually have like the worst tolerance issues. So the Rusty one is the one with the mask on him.
Okay.
Yeah,
then
that's him.
Move him to A tier. It shall be.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay. Then it's Will's turn. I'll scroll down so you can see everything that's down there.
Blackout.
Yo. Okay, then in that case, we have to put Grinder in there too. Blackout and Grinder. Will
Blackout is a chonkers.
I think
he probably belongs in A tier.
I personally think that they go to S.
No, because their lack of articulation. Trust me, dude. This guy is something when it comes to the articulation.
I have them both, and I've messed with them both, and I love them both.
You've never animated them.
Good point.
His head can barely move.
Is better than Bone Crusher, though.
No, it's not.
Actually, wait, no. No, I did not mean... I did not mean Bone Crusher. I did not mean Bone Crusher.
See, the thing with these two guys is that one actually has slightly more articulation than the other. Grinder actually has the wrist movement while Blackout doesn't, and he actually needs the upgrade kit for that.
Okay. So actually, in that case, I think Grinder already is just a little bit better than Blackout by default.
There is one other thing, though, to consider.
Yeah?
And that is that these two have one of the most crazy transformations for a leader class figure.
It is bonkers.
Well, I don't think you've ever seen him in helicopter mode yet.
It's massive. He is massive.
He's bigger than Grimlock. He's like longer than Grimlock is.
I believe it.
He expands himself into this massive helicopter, but like the issue is some of the way that certain things connect, and it can be kind of frustrating to get it all together. But that's usually when you're going into the helicopter mode. But I don't know, because the other thing too with Grinder is like, yeah, he has the better hands, but like he also has like this weird like dirt on him.
Yeah, it's a fun little piece of extra paint and detail, personally.
Yeah, but like it doesn't really add or subtract anything.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's just there.
I think the only thing that has to be considered, in my opinion, that just makes Grinder better than Blackout is the hands. That's the only thing I can truly say. He has better hands. Other than that, the figures are exactly the same.
I will say, though, too, that some Grinders actually have had, like, a lot of, like, leg issues, too.
Really?
Yeah, I do remember when he was first coming out, there were people complaining about that, how he has, like, these really weak knees and he couldn't stand.
Huh.
But it's like Blackout and Grinder are just genuinely just top-heavy boys.
They are. Then
So
th-
I think I do. Well, where did you say that they should go?
I think A tier.
I can agree with that. I think A tier is good as well.
Yeah. Like S tier, I think is kind of pushing it just a little bit, but
Only the best of the best get to S tier.
Yeah. All three of them, A tier. Set in
Now-
stone.
where I would put them in A tier, that's like a whole other thing.
I think they're good at the bottom for now. All right. Will picked Blackout. Connor, your turn.
Dino.
Yo, Pizza Boy.
Up the bottom, up the bottom.
I think to this day is still a really, really good Studio Series figure. I think it cannot be understated enough, just the fact that this is the first official version of the character we ever got. Or the first official deluxe we ever got. I know he had a Cyberverse figure in the Prime line, which is weird. But this is the first real Dino we got. And he has a well-compact car mode to his back. He doesn't have a backpack, but everything fits very well to him. He has his arm blades. He has rotating wrists. And I think the head sculpt looks really good. And overall, the transformation can be a very weird in how it expands and fold. It's a very accordion transformation for him. But once it's done, you end up with a not too bad Ferrari replica mode.
This may be me being a little biased, but
He's not S tier, Connor.
I wasn't gonna put him in S tier.
Okay.
I wasn't gonna put him in S tier. I think the man is at least A tier.
Agreed. I will stand with that.
I think he's an A tier man because I've never came across a version of him that I've met with other I've never seen one that was like ungodly, unbearable to handle. He's just solid.
Because there's never been another version before. This is the first.
I also like that he does have the arm blades.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they're a little small, but the fact that he still has them.
Yeah. It's good.
Yeah, he also has wrists.
Yeah, and he does have wrists, which is really good. That was just about like that point and the Bumblebee wave. It was the transition period to give standardized articulation on most figures.
Yeah, maybe his back is like maybe a little big, but like it doesn't really hinder him that much.
Yeah, because it just folds up like an accordion.
Yeah, I think he's like right underneath Bumblebee.
I think that he
solid wise.
I think he goes below SSO5.
Will, what do you think?
He would be S if he had ankles.
The DNA design kit gives him ankles, but since we're not doing that kind of a list, I agree there. To A tier it is. Alright then, to continue on, my turn now. I want to get this one going now. We're going to talk about Grimlock.
Oh, Grimlock?
I personally have to say right off the bat, I still believe he is an S tier figure. He is the...
Did he just say no?
I think I heard him say no, but my ears can't be working properly.
That's right. No, he's not.
No.
Sacrilege?
Explain yourself.
Yeah.
I'm actually curious. I need to know.
His tail is really depressing.
Ooh.
See, here's the problem. The upgrade kit just makes him so much better. Without that,
Even without, yes,
even without here's the other problem. He's got rubber.
His rubber is hardly a problem as opposed to other figures, in my opinion.
It's still a bad trait to have. An S tier figure isn't vulnerable to such weakness.
Ooh. Hold up a second. Hang on a second. He actually makes a valid case. He makes a valid point. Wait, think about this for a second.
Yeah.
Now, actually thinking about like over a long term, the rubber could become a real issue. Like the softer plastic, it's not. It's kind of like Shockwave, you know. They're kind of similar in that way, you know. They got the amazing paint and molding, but like the softer plastic stuff is an issue.
I was going to say, so we're knocking Shockwave for rubber, but not Grimlock?
Yeah, no, it's like
equality. Yeah,
it is sad too because Grimlock is actually one of my favorites. I personally really do love him. But like the more when you really think about it, the more he is like, I would probably put him the top, or at least like around where Shockwave is.
If that's the case, he has to be the top of A tier because everything else about him is so good. The entire like mold and detail is our first actually accurate Age of Extinction Grimlock. The paint job, the dry brushing, and all that is super nice.
The only other problem is that in Dino mode, there's nothing like. How do I say this? When his mouth is open, it's just like empty. Behind, you can see right through his mouth.
Yeah, that is true, honestly.
Yeah, the Dino mode is where he really lacks. If we're talking about robot mode, though, like
the robot mode is absolutely supreme.
Yeah, the robot mode, I think we can agree he's actually sick.
It pains me to not put him in S, but I guess it does have to be A tier.
Owen, I think we just need to accept the fact that we were pretty biased when it came to our boy.
Yeah.
If you put the upgrade kit on him, then that's a different conversation.
Yeah, that would be another thing I'd want to do, like a tier list for the DNA design ones.
Yeah, we can get into that one another day.
Yeah, another time, not tonight.
Yeah. If we're talking about Grimlock, he goes there.
All right, Grimlock and Shockwave are the ones I hoped would make it to S, but here we are.
Will's coming. I'm sorry, Will's making the valid point right here, man.
He really is. He is making good points.
Me makes a statement. Owen, what?
Yeah.
Connor, hold up. Let him cook.
Yeah.
I knew that's exactly how this would go.
It's like, what? How dare you? I'll get you. Well, hold up.
Let him cook.
Just like that.
All right, let's move on now. Will, take your pick.
Oh, me?
No, Will. It's Will's turn.
Oh, sorry.
Ha! I'm Braun.
Yo, S tier in my opinion. I don't care about anyone that says he turns into a toilet. They can just go pound sand. I don't care.
He puts the toilet in S. Yes,
I do, and I do not care. The entire robot mode is legit perfection to the CGI model, and yeah, there's all that people say about the vehicle mode, but that's not what I see. I see a Doom mobile. That's what I can see from it. Not to mention, he comes with an entire drill piece you can put on the front of it as well. They didn't need to give him that extra weapon, but they did. Not to mention how jam-packed he is with articulation for a figure of that size.
He is pretty solid, and I do like some like the way he is, but like when it comes to like certain points of articulation, the tires on his thighs can get hindered when you want to move the waist a certain way.
Little bit, but it's not as bad as other figures.
Also, his head movement is kind of sus.
You know what? Thanks for bringing it up. That is a good point. He can essentially only look left and right.
And even then, like, it's kind of limited depending on what you want to do.
Yeah.
But, like, he is good, and yes, he is a toilet.
No, he's not. He's the Doom-mobile.
I'm Owen. I'm sorry. He's a toilet with wheels. Look at him.
I refuse to see it.
Owen. I'm sorry, but it's the truth.
All right, then.
It's the truth.
Well, what do you say about Braun?
I actually think he's a really good figure, but Connor is right. He is limited.
In the head, or do you mean all over?
Specifically in his head, yeah.
I do agree with that. His head is pretty. Then, does he go to the top of A or bottom of S?
Connor, what do you think?
I think he is top of S. No, bottom S. Sorry, not top S. Bottom. He's the bottom of S. Just for his limitations, but like, at least I'm willing to put him there just because at least his vehicle mode, while very silly, it doesn't take away anything from his robot mode. You know.
Yes.
That's fair.
He's not. It's not like the. It's not like he has any like soft bits on him that like you could break easily. He's not. He has ankles. He has a waist. He has also got like wrists too. So he has the stuff necessary. It's only his head that's limited. So
right.
If you can roll with the space toilet,
I can.
He's bottom S.
All right. Good for me. Connor, your turn.
Okay. We're gonna do Babe vs. Megatron from the first movie.
Oh. Oh.
He just died. They will just die.
Well,
on the inside.
I'm going to state my opinion on this one hard and fast right now. It's the best Studio Series Megatron we have that has been released. Sure, his chest mode is actually not inaccurate. It's inaccurate. It's the Revenge of the Fallen one. But despite that, everything else about him is so... He can just do so much. He is covered in beautiful silver. He's got a head that can look in almost any direction you want. And yes, his jet mode is a big, weird thing of whatever, but it's still, he's not compromised by anything either. And he has articulation for years. He has incredible legs and arms, and the entire transformation as a whole, it reminds me a lot of the original 2007 figure. Now, yes, I know there's plenty of debate about, like, is this really Megatron? This thing doesn't look like Megatron. It's disgusting or whatever, but it's still it's doing exactly what it set out to do. And I think it honors the original design very well, and it's ultimately better than the CGI model. I make the case to put the 2007 Megatron into S tier.
Oh, whoa. Let's not get hasty here. Let's not be too hasty.
What does he have explicitly wrong that holds him back from S, though? He doesn't have any soft rubber. He doesn't have any clear plastic. He is a solid figure.
Okay, before I make my case, Will, you need to get something off your chest. I suggest you do it.
Okay, but here's the problem. It's not all about what they're missing. To me, I'm just like, what does that guy have? Like, it is true. Owen is right that he doesn't have a ton of flaws per se, but what does he really bring to the table?
Okay.
I'd say in comparison with, are you saying like in the grand scheme of Studio Series, I'd say he just brings together being a better figure, a part of the era when Hasbro changed up the game and decided to implement more standardized pieces of articulation and everything.
Okay. So, I think he's the best Bayverse Megatron figure in Studio Series? Yes. Do I think that he should be an S tier? No. I don't think he goes that far. Because while he is solid, and he actually does have some pretty good articulation, and I actually do like the trick with when he does transform into, like, with the wings extending out of his legs. I actually think that's really clever and how to do that.
Yeah.
The man does not have articulated wrists or fingers.
No.
I honestly think if you're movie one Megatron, you need to have movable hands. I mean, if the Revenge of the Fallen guy can give you like an articulated rubber hand, why couldn't and like the rubber was talking like, oh my gosh, it's rubber. I'm like, yeah, but you know what? It didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like the super flimsy stuff on Grimlock or
Shockwave.
Or Shockwave. Like the hand on Shockwave felt like it could fall off at any second.
Yeah.
Megatron's didn't. But like the thing I was concerned about movie one Megatron is that his shoulders are on very loose, thin pieces of plastic that if you just bend it the wrong way, they will snap off.
Actually, that's a good point.
There is also a thing with his transformation where a piece of his nose cone jets out from the back of his head. So if you want to turn his head a certain way, you have to like
maneuver it.
Well, the thing is, you really can't. He's either going to be stuck looking a certain way, or you're going to be scraping the paint off the bottom of his head. Also, my man, if you're talking about like having a non-accurate chest, is that really going to make a difference between the first movie and Revenge of the Fallen?
No, I don't care about that. I don't care about I don't care about that either. I just figured it was worth
Yeah.
mentioning because that
It is worth mentioning.
it
but,
doesn't
like,
bug me. It really doesn't.
Yeah.
I just thought it needed to be said.
The more I mess with him, and the more I like look at him, and it's like I do like him as a figure. It's just that to me, I'm just shocked that DNA Design didn't like actually do more with him.
Like give him better hands. In this case,
not just better hands, but they could have done like more things, like do better, like stuff with his nose cone so that his head can actually move freely.
Even then, it's still not bad.
Honestly, I would put him below Bone Crusher. Or, and that's me being generous. That's me being generous. If it was up to me, I would put.
I don't think I would. That's one I don't want to accept. I think at the very least, Megatron has to be above Bone Crusher, even Shockwave, perhaps.
If you're asking me, I think he's actually below Starscream. For Starscream. I know that's a hot take. I know that's a hot take, but that's where I would put him. Well, what do you think?
You got a final verdict?
I agree with Connor.
On everything. Well, what do you? And the placement too. You agree with what Connor wants replacement for him?
That's what I said.
Can I ask for the compromise to at the very least be above Bone Crusher?
He's either below Bone Crusher or below Starscream.
I'll put him below Bone Crusher. Oh wait, no, I mean not below. I mean above. Megatron. This Megatron as a figure is way better than Bone Crusher in my opinion.
No, Bone Crusher is way more fun.
I have.
Bro, Owen, I'm gonna say this right now. Also, his accessory, the freaking weird mace thing, is dumb. I hate that chain weapon on him. If they were gonna make anything like rubber, they should have made the chain rubber, but they didn't.
And I'm going to extend an invitation to you, Mr. Starscream, to join my chain gang up the river.
Owen, you can hate me all you want, but I have.
He's not better than Bone Crusher.
I have more fun with the Megatron than I do Bone Crusher.
You don't have Bone Crusher.
But I've messed with him a lot from Connor.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have. I was messing with that Bone Crusher before you were even a fan.
Which means you haven't touched him in years.
Owen, I'm sorry, but we have to accept the facts. The Megatron is at least an awesome Tron. He is an A tier figure, but he's not S.
That's fine. But he's not better than Bone Crusher. Bone Crusher has claws, man. That's fun. He's got the arms. That's way more fun to play with than Megatron.
He's got the claw too, dude. Like he's got stuff to do.
I can see I've got nothing else to do. I don't accept this, but there's nothing else I can do. Not happy about it, but
Why?
I just wholeheartedly disagree. I have so much more fun with the Megatron than the Bone Crusher.
Wow.
All right. I picked the Megatron. Will?
I did.
Oh, you did. We were on that one in a long time. So wait, now it's back to me then. Okay. Let's do. You know what? Let's get some of these others out of the way. The other Constructicons. Let's do that for you, Connor. We have not Rampage, Demolisher, Overload, and Long Haul. I think that's the last of the Constructicons there. And then Devastator as a whole. Connor,
Okay.
let's start things off here. Rampage. Or not Rampage. Demolisher.
Oh, you mean Scavenger?
Oh yeah, that's Scavenger. Demolisher was white.
Okay, so Mr. Wheel.
Right?
So Scavenger, bro, the giant wheel bot.
Big Wheel from Spider-Man. Am I right?
I think he is. I honestly think he goes below Barricade.
I think that's for me. I remember when I heard about this figure coming out, I wasn't planning on getting him at all, but all I was hoping was that, like, just please let him be able to flip his wheels like the original toy in the movie. And I was really sad to see that he doesn't.
He doesn't, but like his detail and the fact that he actually can, like, he actually has articulation, I was not expecting for this guy. And his transformation, like, I actually really like his transformation. It's actually fun to get him into like the construction vehicle and stuff.
Right.
The it's like his main issue that I have is is the way he combines with Devastator. But I'll get to that when we
we'll get to that
Devastator.
eventually. And then,
but no, I think he just goes right below Barricade because like he actually is pretty solid.
Then,
but like his design is what's holding him back.
Yeah. Next up would be Overload for the Constructicons, and I think he's probably my favorite of the Constructicons. This weird, wide, lanky, Grievous-looking red dude. I think Overload is awesome.
Yeah, this guy's General Grievous of the Transformers. He's great.
I love him.
He's actually really great. He's just fun. I would. I don't know. I would put him above Scavenger.
Do you think he goes above Barricade, though?
No.
Okay. And then the last separate Constructicon, Long Haul.
He is A tier.
Reasons?
Yes. He feels the most solid out of the Constructicons, and despite all his bulk, he's actually pretty articulated. His dump truck mode is actually really nice. He does have arms in his bed of the truck mode, but his due to the way that he combines into Devastator, it was a sacrifice that had to be made.
Right.
Okay. But like he is like to me he's like the most fun of the Constructicons.
Okay.
Like
where should he go then?
Most solid figure. Like if you just want one Constructicon, I would choose Long Haul.
Then where should he go in A tier? Should he go above Scrapper?
No, he actually. He goes below Scrapper. No, above Scrapper. Yeah, sorry.
Very good. And now round out all the Constructicons with the big boy, Devastator. What do you have to say about Devastator, Connor?
Primus would be ashamed.
Last year you had him in S tier. What changed?
Okay.
That's a bit of a drop.
Even I find that kind of shocking.
Okay, look. Okay, in all seriousness, no, he's not going that low, but he's gonna go, and it's not perfect, but I like it.
the way I see it, I remember what you said last year that I believe can't be understated when it comes to Devastator. Like the first Studio Series Combiner and our first truly accurate Devastator to the masses.
Well, you see, that's the thing. After really thinking about it and actually owning him for a little while now, Devastator himself is, while it is an achievement, he kinda, I'm sorry, man, he is helped fondly, and I mean heavily, by the DNA design upgrade kits.
I figured, honestly. I figured.
This guy, dude, needs to be on all fours in order to, like, be able to stand, because if he isn't, you are gonna stress. Well, not just fall, dude. You're gonna stress the heck out of all of the Constructicons.
Ooh.
Because if you can keep them combined for too long, it can cause like stress marks on certain figures if you don't have them balanced in a certain way.
Yikes.
Yeah, especially Scavenger. Like, people have been reporting stress marks in the tabs of where you need to combine him. If to like be able, and he's like one of the pieces that actually holds Devastator together.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, he.
Then top of it isn't perfect, but you like it?
I would put him below.
Sideswipe?
No, I would put him where. See, if he had the upgrade kit, I would put him on, like, right where you have him, but since he doesn't, I'm gonna put him below B127.
Which one?
The one that's right in front of Core Class RC.
Wow, that is far lower than I expected, but I
sorry,
won't.
I love him. I personally love him because of just how abominable he is, but the guy, I can't keep him combined for too long, dude.
Hey, I'm not going to argue with you about it. I believe in all the points you've made about him. I'm just a little shocked seeing it, how like he was S tier last year and he took this drop. Not against it.
No,
yeah.
It had to be done, man. Like, it got to the point where I just, like, I had to put all my, like, Devastator upgrade kits away, man, because I just can't do it.
Okay. Then, is it back to my turn already?
Yes.
Okay. You know, I'm going to get to SS44 Prime, the Dark of the Moon one. I still personally love the mindset that this is one of the best versions of the Bayverse Prime that can be had. It is the SS, it's the 32 mold, the 2007 figure, but with so much more. He's got the Dark of the Moon chest piece, he has some better paint in certain areas, he has a trailer, he has his jetpack, he has a shield, he has an axe and a sword, and some guns. I don't think there's any way to really change the fact just how much better that version of Prime is as opposed to the others for the Bayverse. You agree, Connor? Or have other takes?
Yes. And that is because you want the best version of Bayverse Prime that was at retail, you have to pay an extra $30 for a freaking trailer that isn't even accurate to what it looks like in the movie.
It may not be, but the play factor it has is still really nice. Just getting to make it into the rack is pretty fun.
I also think it's annoying that his trailer doesn't really work that well with the Bumblebee movie Prime.
Yeah, but I don't know.
It's not really a fair standard, though.
Yeah,
it isn't a fair standard. I guess it really isn't, but like,
because it wasn't
by
meant.
Himself,
it wasn't meant to go with the Bumblebee Prime.
I really don't have anything bad to say about him, other than the fact that I think it's stupid that he's still going for ridiculous prices online. That is not worth it.
That's where
Also,
we would need to make a list about scalpers.
But also, like, this guy is also very heavily helped by the upgrade kits.
Also true.
His jetpack that he comes with it standard is butt cheeks.
It's just plain. It is just dark gray.
Bro, that thing is a Apollo piece of plastic.
Yeah, it basically is.
For what you're paying for, it just feels like the jet wing part feels a bit of an afterthought.
At least
Also,
at the end of the day, it can be a trailer for Prime.
Yeah, you're paying for better paint on the Prime, and you're paying for a trailer, so.
And the weapons.
I would put him above, above Revenge of the Fallen Prime.
Yeah. That shall be good. All right, Will's turn.
Bumblebee Ironhide.
Ooh, okay. Let's hit it then. Start us off with that then, Will.
I really like my guy's robot mode. I like he's got his mohawk.
Yeah.
He's got a great head sculpt.
It is.
Just in general, he's got a great face.
How do you feel about his vehicle
mode? His vehicle mode is just okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Honestly, I don't love it. I don't think it's anything fantastic, but it does the job. It's fine.
I happen to like it a fair amount. It is just a little red brick with wheels, but I kind of like it for that factor.
It's hard to be upset with it when there's not really that much to go off of.
Yeah, especially for it being Alien, for that matter.
That is where I think. Okay, this is. I think every overlooks this guy's transformation and how kind of like magic it is.
You're talking with all the swiveling and the folding around.
Well,
of
just the
certain
way
things.
that he swivels around and then like folds into a little cube, and then he kind of just like unfolds. It's almost like what a shell former is supposed to do. You know, when you think about it, his robot mode stuff is actually all tucked in to these little crevices, and then when he comes out, he's this buff, like, soldier, you know?
That is true.
Also, this is the only G1 esque Ironhide that actually has the orange stripe in his vehicle mode.
That's a good point. I think
the actual G1 like 86 Ironhide figure doesn't have the orange stripe.
Oh, dude, you're right.
When the live action one does, it's actually. I know it's like a detail that most people don't care about, but when it comes to the Ironhide fans, they always forget
care about that.
Yeah, because they're like, they always would say, why does Bumblebee Ironhide have it when he didn't even get to say a single thing in the movie?
Or be fully present on screen.
Yeah.
I, personally, in my heart, I would want to put Ironhide in S tier. But I guess A tier could be a more fair ranking in a way. But what do you guys think? Because what I think of that, it doesn't bug me a ton, but is certainly an issue that I do sometimes take note of is like how hollow he is in certain areas, like the sides of his arms and the back of his legs, just how he has those big gaps. Usually that stuff doesn't really bother me, but on him and Ratchet, it's not as fun, or at least not as forgettable.
I think the hollowness in his arms is like the worst thing. The back of his legs, because I'm holding my guy right now, it doesn't feel, to me, it doesn't feel cheap for his legs. The arms, while yeah, a bit gaudy, it honestly it's something you're not really gonna care about. I don't know. I still think he's S tier, but I don't. But I think he's like near the bottom of it. I still think I will say though he is better than Braun.
What do you
he's
say,
not,
Will?
His articulation is not hindered, really.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You agree, Will?
I think I want bottom of S.
Bottom of S? I can accept that, personally. Man, only Bumblebee guys in S tier. That's crazy. All right, then. Back to me.
He forgot who he was making this list with.
Let's do the premium finish Bavers Prime. Okay,
if you put him in S tier,
I think right now he's one of the best. Like him and the SS44 they are the best Bavers Primes in Studio Series. It is a slight subline, but it really can't be understated, the comparison between that one and the original, how much better the paint is on the figure. The figure itself, I've already said before that the SS05, I believe, has better tolerances than 32 and 44. Combine that with the killer paint scheme and how he comes with both 2 guns and 2 swords. Frankly, he's got the best package as a whole. Most of the time he had 2 guns and 2 swords. Those are like the most notable weapons he had through the first 3 films. And this figure actually gives it to him. Whereas instead you got one of the figures had 1 gun, the other has 2 swords, the other has 1 sword, some machine guns, and an axe and a shield is cool, but this is the one Prime that has his standard weapons kit.
Yeah.
I would say that he goes to like the best of the Bay Primes in A, and I personally want to argue for S.
You see, you may actually make some good points about him actually coming with, like, he has, like, the best, like, package when it comes to, the premium finish guys. You know, he comes with all of his accessories, and he has, like, really nice paint job. But other than that, he still suffers some, like, from the inaccuracy that the 05 figure has. His backpack is...
It is not weird. That's just the panels of it.
He looks flat.
I'd say in a good way, personally.
He looks flat when it still comes to the back. I think he is the best Bavers Prime, but...
See, it is hard because the inaccuracy in the chest is not... It's not fun to look at, but at the same time, honestly, I can overlook it more because of how much better the paint is in that area.
He is very much carried by the paint.
Big time. Big time.
I would be willing to put him above the other Optimuses.
Would you say it's the inaccuracies that hold him back from S?
It's just that he is... If they used the other mold, it would have been a different story.
Will?
Counter sounds reasonable. I don't really have much of an opinion.
All right, then. I'd want S, but I can compromise here for above the Bay Primes. Actually, wait a moment, Connor. Could I put him above or next to the premium finish Megatron?
I don't. Wait a minute. Why? Wait. What do you mean? Wait a minute. Did you put Megatron above Baby Shockwave?
Yeah. Well, you guys said below Bone Crusher.
Oh, that's right. We did say that. Yeah, you can put it. You know what? Yeah, I'm willing to compromise that. Yeah, put him there. Put him there.
All right, there we go. Will's turn. Take a look. Oh, wait a second. Gotta handle this quick. There was the 15th anniversary Optimus. Can we just chuck him in
He
with
goes
the
at
others?
the bottom. He goes at the bottom of the primes.
I agree with that. Let's get that quick. Up.
Okay.
All right, there we go. All right, now it's Will's turn. Will, you had a choice.
Sorry, I just went to use the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
Hey, how come there's no 86 guys on here?
Because that's a subline.
That they don't necessarily count them as part of the same line. So
this is live action movies, and those are the 86 movie and the cartoon.
Wow, really?
Yep.
Yeah, it's weird how they did it, but like
Oh,
they
and you're
technically
telling me these guys are from live action and the 86 guys are from the cartoon?
I don't.
No.
okay. Dang.
Well, since I didn't know that, in that case, I'll pick Starscream.
Okay.
I'm picking a soldier. I Starscream am obviously S tier above that.
I'm just to be ashamed.
Can I compromise for not cool?
No.
Honestly, though, dare I say, he could be an S.
Oh. Ooh.
He could. I'm not 100%. He doesn't have to be. But I think he could be.
Okay. Well, explain.
He's got great colors. He's got great articulation. He's got a great transformation. His alt mode is perfect. Like, he's a fantastic design. I just like, what doesn't he have?
You have points. He does make
thrust,
points.
He can't move his head. He can't be an S.
No, he can't.
I can move my head. It's just hindered by the coat. Shut up.
My only thing with Starscream is just the amount of the white. It feels flat in some ways. It's the right color scheme, but it's just such a flat white that I feel it just cheapens the thing for me.
Oh, and that's what it looks like in the movie, dude. Therefore, it's S tier.
No, it was all scuffed and darker in the movie. What am I?
Wait,
that
wait
doesn't
a
even
second.
matter.
Now hold up a second. Hang on. Starscream, I would argue, does go in S tier. Because I think the only thing he is missing is Riss. He has a waist.
Oh,
He
that's
has
true.
ankles.
Oh
He's-
yeah.
He's actually solid.
The only thing he's missing is a decent personality that makes anybody on Earth like him.
You cut me deep, Megatron. You cut me real deep.
The only thing he needs is to stop being insufferable.
Oh wow. Just
He's
one.
right.
I think
Blackout, hold up, let him cook.
I think Starscream does. I do agree with Will that he does go in S tier, but like, I am willing to. I am willing to say though that there are some copies of Starscream that do have like really loose wings.
Oh,
But
interesting.
like I do know that he doesn't. That certain copies don't have the best tolerances, but at least my copy, which was on Bubtastic for a little while, held up great. And I know that Will has his own now,
Yep.
so I don't think you don't have any complaints. Like, really, do you, Will?
Nope. With
Yeah.
my copy specifically, no.
I have nothing
Yeah.
for myself either.
Exactly. So it's like, why not put him in S tier?
I guess, yeah, he can go to S tier.
Yes, I, Supreme Commander Starscream.
Wait a second. Look at this. Look at this for a moment. There is not a single Megatron or anyone else in S tier, but Starscream has made it to S tier. But next year that could change when the Bumblebee Megatron comes
That's
out.
because Bumblebee Megatron hasn't come out yet.
When the Bumblebee Megatron gets released,
He's gonna knock him right down.
I'm home.
Megatron? Is that you? Here's a
That's
hint.
fine.
triple changes into his vehicle modes.
Okay. All right, the
Triple
next up.
changes into that thing they call a jet mode. Guys are crazy.
I agree. The jet mode looks rough. Wait a second. Is that thing worse than the
His tank mode
2007
looks like
jet?
a metal slug.
What?
No.
Wait, what'd you say his mode looks like?
His tank mode looks like a metal slug.
Oh. Yeah.
Here's a question though. Is his jet mode worse than the 2007 jet mode?
No.
But he's not on the list, so he can get
Right.
checked.
All right, then since we just did Starscream, I want to go into the next one. We're going to talk about Thundercracker, the Bumblebee Thundercracker.
Hey!
Wait,
hey, you skipping me?
oh.
You skipping me?
Connor. Go.
You skipping me? No. Because we did Starscream, I want to do Thundercracker.
Okay. Talk about Thundercracker. And talk about how he's S tier. He's the best Bumblebee Seeker by far. Connor, there is literally no way Thundercracker is not S tier in a single manner.
No.
Why
Listen.
you're popping off over him so much more than Starscream, but yeah.
I think he just looks cooler.
Thundercracker, Bumblebee movie Thundercracker is, again, he's exactly like Starscream. Yeah, and I would say that he's actually the most, like, I know a lot of people say that he's mostly, like, like the best handled Bumblebee Seeker. Like he just feels the best. But Owen, I'm gonna be straight with you, dude. I have not been able to tell the difference between Starscream and Thundercracker. They both feel exactly the same to me.
They are.
They feel exactly. They just feel exactly the same. They have the best.
Well, yeah, they are. They are
both
the
have
same molds. The only differences are the paint and the head.
But dude, think of it this way, man. Starscream has a unique head sculpt to him.
Yeah.
And his wings are supposed to be transformed in a certain way. Like, the only difference between the Seekers, dude, is that their wings are to be transformed differently.
Right.
Thrust and Thundercracker's wings are pointed down. And they both share the same head. Starscream's unique in the fact that he actually has a face.
Right.
And
at the
I just think Thundercracker is below Starscream.
That
because they're just as good as each other.
I'm totally fine with that. All I was arguing is that he's S tier, not that he's like above Starscream.
No. I was gonna say he's S tier. He is S tier, but I think he just goes right next to Starscream. He's not better, but he's just as good.
That's fine by me. Finally, I have someone I wanted in S tier. Okay. Next.
Oh, you want to do Thrust?
No. I want to do my boy. Sentinel Prime.
Primus would be ashamed. He knows what he did.
Now, I enjoy this figure. It is a very solid new rendition of the whole of Sentinel Prime and everything. Certainly an upgrade from the original Voyager, but he does have problems, and some that even I really can't overlook. It could be just me, as far as I've known, but his waist has so many problems to just trying to hold together. When I try to pick him up off the shelf, his legs just dangle down from the waist because it just does not tab in properly. And sometimes it does feel like you got to have him slightly squatted to stand properly straight in a way. And it is pretty depressing, the kind of weapons they gave him. He has his swords, but they're legit just supposed to fix up his vehicle mode. They hardly even look like the swords. I like the figure and the look, and the overall transformation is actually not too bad. And the final vehicle mode is very nice. I love that fire truck mode. As much as I love him, he has to go in. It isn't perfect, but I like it. You guys agree?
Dude, the Sentinel Prime base robot, if he actually had the correct weapons, he would be in A tier.
Yes.
Because he's actually pretty good. And it's like, I you know, it varies between the waists, you know, because my waist is actually perfectly fine.
See, for me, it's the third-party Sentinel, the Byway figure. That dude is way better than the Studio Series. So much better.
I think Sentinel, but like, dude, he is dragged down so hard by the lack of ankle movement.
Yeah.
And that his head is slightly limited because of his beard.
Yep.
And his weapons suck.
His weapons suck.
I'm willing to put him right underneath Nest Bumblebee, or if he needs to be lower, below Brawl.
I think below Brawl is a fair place for Sentinel. as much as I love that guy, he's not as good. His figure has problems, sadly. And I figure is like
Fine
we
with
can just
me.
yeah, you know nothing about the figure and everything aside from just what we've said. Well, what's your next pick, Will? We want to go into the other Thundercracker?
We?
uh,
Donkey, there's no we. There's no our. It's just me and my seekers. And the first thing I'm going to do is build a 10-foot wall around my land.
Come on. Can we just do Thrust and Blitzwing together?
you know, that's a good idea. Let's do that. Thrust, it's the Starscream mold, but worse because he has the cone and a limited head. Paint scheme is fun.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a second. Don't be talking bad about my Thrust.
Thrust in A tier due to limited articulation. Blitzwing with the other boys.
I concur.
Whoa.
All right, Connor, make your case.
Yeah. Tell us why this green bozo shouldn't be in A tier.
All right, then I will. Stand back, everyone.
Steps back.
Doesn't stand back.
Thrust, I'd say, is actually the weakest seeker, but honestly, I don't think he belongs in A tier. Just because of his hood, like limiting his head, like the man has the exact same movement as Brawn does.
And he has the same movement as the molds he was derived from.
Yeah, you guys put Braun in there, not me.
I personally feel he is the bottom of S tier. But if we have to put him in A tier,
I think he has to go below Bone Crusher. Or above.
No, he's going above Grimlock.
I'm done.
If I have to put Thrust in A tier, he's going above Grimlock.
Okay. Blitzwing I'd like to say that I say Blitzwing should go above Thundercracker because he's an Earth mode jet. And frankly, in a lot of ways, is better than the Cybertronian Seeker. Not above Starscream, but he should go above Thundercracker.
See, my thing with Blitzwing is I actually think the thing that drags him down is that his jet mode is not accurate to the movie, while Starscream's is.
At this, wait.
The other thing,
it's not accurate,
bro. Look at the jet that he turns into in Bumblebee, and then look at the jet that Studio Series gave us.
I'm looking this up right now. It is not the
same jet. He is a generic jet in Studio Series. Now, the thing with Blitzwing is that he actually has slightly more articulation than Starscream does.
Oh, you know what? Dang, that really isn't an accurate jet mode. But it doesn't matter. It still looks awesome.
Here's the other... But Owen, think about this. He actually has more articulation than the Starscream mold does.
Yes, he does.
He has... And he comes with more stuff than Starscream.
He has a hand that you can open and close. He has his spark extractor thing, or like the thing he used to remove B's voice box, which is cool. And his gun.
The way that he also the thing is that you can replace the hands, that you can customize his like weapons throughout, you know, the whole thing. You can and the jet mode, while inaccurate, it isn't the worst thing, but it's kind of chunky. And honestly, it's more chunky than what Baver Starscream's jet mode is.
I guess, yeah, it kind of is.
Think about it. All of his like junk is like underneath his wings. He literally is just G1 Blitzwing's jet mode with the junk and how thick his wings are.
So, what are you saying in this case? Are you saying that Blitzwing should not be an S tier?
No, I'm saying that he is, but it comes down to, do we think he's better than the Bumblebee Cybertron Seeker mold? Do we think he's better than the Bumblebee Seekers, or do we think that he's just as good as them?
I personally, among the two of them, I do still prefer Thundercracker, but I kind of thought you guys would say Blitzwing should go above for the Earth Jet. And I do think he's really good for that, but with those points, Connor, I'd be fine with putting him below Thundercracker.
I think he should go.
That sounds good to me.
I just think with his inaccurate jet mode, while it doesn't compromise the robot mode, the Cybertron guys just had the more accurate vehicle.
Okay. All right, then. Then now it's your turn, Connor.
I would still say Will should get another chance, because we did have to finish the Seekers off.
All right, Will, want to pick again?
Yeah. Scourge.
Yo. Okay. All right, this will actually be a really interesting one. I will say, to start, like, as a whole figure, I think Scourge is great. He is a solid brick of a figure, and honestly, I will say in a lot of ways, looks better than what we saw on screen, because he just has extra defining truck parts on his body as opposed to the movie. Now, in other ways, he is inaccurate in, I'd say a negative sense. I'd say in particular, like, with his head and everything, and his, I think some of his legs too. But despite that, he has so much going for him. Despite his size, he's not hindered by any kibble. His backpack, yeah, it's a little wide with how the truck folds to his back, but it doesn't mess with anything. He has incredible arm movement. Like, he has opening and closing fingers. He has his claw arm, which can also open and close. He's got some wild leg movement with nice ankles and a full waist. His transformation is pretty intuitive and everything. And the final truck mode, it actually... It looks inaccurate from the start, but once you fold out his gun and place it on the back, it becomes full accurate to the movie and everything. I would say personally that I think Scourge is an S tier.
Doesn't he? I can't really remember. Doesn't he have some big problems though with like his claw?
Yeah, his claw it's all just it's a soft, it's not a soft rubber. It's like, it is rubber, but it's hard. It's a more solid rubber, but it doesn't, it could be broken more easily since it's not a solid plastic. It's a softer material. But other than that, there's nothing else, honestly.
The other problem he has is that people have broken him through his chest, and that his light piping in his chest to give it that fiery
piece?
glow from the
Yeah.
film.
Time to show you the power of a
Oh, he's broken.
I heard that he would break a little. I think they eventually fixed it, but for a little bit he was easily broken.
Well, then if it was
the translucent connecting pieces in his chest.
Then since he's fixed, I'd say that would leave not as much room for concern in that area. What do you think, Connor? Where do you think he should go? Do you think he is S tier?
I think he's right between Grimlock and Shockwave.
Actually, I'm going to stop you there for a moment, Connor. If he has to go A tier, I'd say he goes either above Thrust or below him. And that is because of the vehicle mode. Because, sure, we never saw Shockwave's tank mode in Dark of the Moon, and it ended up just being a fan mode. And then Grimlock does turn into a solid-looking T-Rex, but Will did have a point that without the DNA kit, the tail is dinky, and in his mouth, it is completely hollow. For Scourge, he has an accurate truck mode.
Yes, but you know what? Shockwave and Grimlock never had to get something fixed when they were still in production.
But is that I don't think that's fully fair, personally.
I mean, technically you're right, Connor, but also no, because everybody upgraded to avoid the problem that was inevitably going to happen.
Mine is still completely good.
Then I guess you must have got like one of the good ones then. Then yeah, I guess put him there. Put him below Thrust then.
Below Thrust.
Unless,
you cool with that, Will?
I'll put it this way: if Will thinks he should go in S tier, then that's fine.
I don't quite think that.
Think what?
Think what? That he should go in S tier.
All right, then. Below Thrust it shall be. All right, then. Now hit it, Connor.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do Bumblebee movie Soundwave.
Okay. You start us off then with the figure, Connor.
Soundwave robot mode is
gorgeous.
I'm actually holding him in my hand right now because I'm actually while we've been doing this list, I've been redoing my shelves and stuff.
Yeah.
Soundwave dude is awesome. He's solid. He's chunky. He doesn't have any real tolerance issues. His articulation in robot mode is just great. He's only missing wrists.
Personally, for me, one...
Owen?
Yeah?
I am not done.
Sorry, continue.
I am not done. Soundwave, also, if you had to nitpick, I would say that his shoulders have these weird little flaps. So if you wanted to get his arm a certain way. And he does have the same kind of shoulder movement for up and down as Rise of the Beast Prime.
Little bit.
But it's not... It's the way they rise up when you want to get them moving from side to side. But
it's not the worst thing because there's not that much junk on his shoulders. The other thing though is his crotch flap.
That's what I was gonna say, is the one thing that actually really bugs me about the figure. When you try to do some waist movement with him, you gotta fold that flap up and creates a pretty ugly look.
It's weird, but it's not the worst. I feel like if because like another figure has done this recently, and if people can look past that
What
for
figure?
him, and but not 86 Ironhide, dude.
Let me question that in that case, because I have 86 Ratchet on my desk here. See, all right, here's what I'll say about that now that I'm here. The thing with like Ratchet and the Ironhide is that, for one, the piece is not as big, and there's not as much of like emptiness underneath in a way. It's just not as, it doesn't feel as ugly to look at than for Soundwave.
I don't know. I think it's honestly not the worst. Now, what does get to it is that his vehicle mode is a square. You know, people are like, "Oh,
Soundwave's
it's
vehicle is the Green Goblin glider, dude.
The guy's vehicle mode is kind of whack. It's not very dynamic. It literally looks like a ham sandwich. But does that hurt? Does it hurt anything? No. It's really not. It's not really gonna hurt you if you don't like it or not. It doesn't hurt the figure. It doesn't take anything away from him. He's not really limited in his articulation in the long run. Besides the crotch flap, I would argue that he is an S tier.
Me personally, when it comes to Soundwave, is I would want to put him in S tier, but the vehicle mode really does, it does knock him, where I think he has to go A tier personally.
Not to mention his face is a little.
I actually think his face is fine.
What's wrong with his face?
His visors odd.
All these toys. I gotta go get her right to bed.
What?
Plus, you can't have an S tier figure with a joke of an alt mode.
I agree.
You just can't. I mean, he's sick. Don't get me wrong, but you just can't.
Well, in that case, below thrust.
I actually think because of that thing with the vehicle mode, he has to go below Shockwave.
Whoa. If
Soundwave
I don't think it's that bad, because at least Soundwave doesn't have his hands and arms literally visible, like sticking out like Frankenstein.
Yeah, but
at least they fold away.
At the same time, I feel like we'll need to reorganize in some ways, but there's Soundwave himself, who is a great figure and character, but I'll be honest, I've kind of thought of him as a frisbee in certain ways because of that alt mode. Can you really, if we're at the point where this has to be more as a whole who is so solid, can we really put Soundwave with a Green Goblin glider alt mode above the dinosaur and the tank boy?
Yes. Because at least he doesn't have soft plastic.
Will?
Disagree. I'm with Owen.
Oh. Okay, fine. You can put him down. Rip Soundwave.
There he goes. All right. Then next, all right. I have high hopes for this one. This is like probably my last hope and dream. We're going to talk about Last Night Hot Rod, who I will want to argue is an S tier figure. This guy blew my mind upon first getting him. Right off the bat, it is an absolutely substantial upgrade to the original Last Night figure, which was just a remold of the Lockdown figure. This guy is completely new, has an incredibly faithful mold to the CGI model. His back kibble with like the wings and everything actually fits with his model as well. He has great articulation. He is like jam-packed for a figure his size. He's got the wrists, he has waist, he has essentially double knee joints practically because of transformation. Some good ankles, and his transformation is pretty substantial for that kind of a Lamborghini, and the Lamborghini mode in itself is really slick and really fun.
He is great. I'm holding him in my hand. He actually is really good. But the thing that really bothers me with him is his legs.
Is it because of his wheels?
Yeah, because if you want him to get like a sharp knee bend, you have to like scrape the wheels against his thigh.
Let me grab him off my shelf real quick.
It's not the greatest thing. Because like his wheels collide with the detail on his thigh, and if you want him to get a sharp knee, you actually have to bend the tire outward, and that's like the most annoying thing. Because he has the movement, he just his legs just don't bend that far. But everything else, I totally agree with. You know, he's got wrists, he's got ankles, he's got a waist. His head movements awesome. His vehicle mode's great, and his transformation's actually really fun.
I actually have to say, Connor, for your thing with like the wheels on his knees. Oh wait, never mind. I was looking at the wrong thing. Continue.
Like I think he is good. Like he is definitely one of the best deluxes from the Bayverse. I just that stuff with his knees, man. The way
but at the same time, like we customized ours, so it would scratch paint on ours, but the figure doesn't have paint in that area. So if you have to
it's not just the paint. I'm not talking about just paint. It's like you're literally scraping the plastic. You're scraping plastic on plastic. That's not good. If you want just to get a certain movement. I wouldn't. I personally actually hate that design. Like, I always try and make sure when I'm moving Transformers that parts can move out of the way to a certain point so you can actually get movement. But if it can't, then I just don't even bother with it at that point. It sucks, but it's there. It's an issue that you're just like, man, like, I know you can do it, you just...
It's actually something that, in that case, it doesn't actually bug me.
They ever use CGI ever?
I don't know, man. I don't know. If he's going in S tier, like, I guess that's fine, but I don't know, man. His legs movement, it bothers me.
Will, what's your
I
take
don't
from
know.
our opinions in this case? I know you don't have them, but what do you have to say in terms of what we've said?
You're trying to get him in S tier, Owen?
Yes. I haven't had one guy I've wanted in S tier. And like this is the last guy on the list here that I truly want him, like, yes, please, I want this guy in S tier. Because the other guy I would want, I know will absolutely not make it. Wait, okay, yeah, no. The other guy I want will definitely not make it.
I'm not putting Galvatron in S.
I wasn't asking for it was not going to be Galvatron. It was not going to be for Galvatron.
Well, all I can say is, yeah.
And Connor, you're saying he's not S tier?
I think he's actually high. I think he's right below Thrust, or at least above Thrust. I think he's like around Thrust's level, but S tier because of like the way his knees bend. You're scraping plastic against another piece of plastic that holds like a tire onto it.
Okay.
I
don't know. I honestly, I kind of don't care.
I honestly, Connor has a valid point in regards to the figure. It's something that doesn't bother me, but he does have a point with it. But this is the last thing I have.
So Primal doesn't count. Okay, we can put Primal in F tier then. Don't tell me that's the last thing you have. There are other things in S tier that you know that definitely go in S tier. Come on.
Yes, there are. But like this is one of the big ones on the list. The other big one I want on the list that will not make it to S tier is the Fallen.
Yeah, no.
As much as I'll argue for it, I'm not going to be able to get past Will.
Maybe you won't alone, but together we can rise above.
We'll get there when we get there. We'll get there when we get there. Connor,
Okay.
Hot Rod. At the very least, Connor could. See what you said.
Know what, Owen? I'll throw you a bone because I will admit his detail is actually sick.
I appreciate it, my friend.
I will throw you a bone. I will say he is low S tier.
I'm happy. I am happy.
I will give him that. The knee thing can bother me, but like you can manage around it if it really does come down to it. So
just fold the wheel in enough on the right side.
Yeah.
Okay. Then, all right, that's me. Then it's Will's turn.
Let's freaking talk about the Fallen and how I have tricked you boys. I have outplayed you both.
Nah, you ain't getting me.
Wait a minute. Wait, what is he doing?
I have.
No,
I've already done it, boys.
No, you
can't.
haven't.
You can't. Yes, I have.
Owen, let him cook. Let him talk his piece.
Boys,
Let him talk.
We have set precedent for the fact that if you have a joke of a vehicle mode, you can't be an S with Soundwave.
Yes, I do remember that.
We have set precedent, so therefore the Fallen cannot make it to S on the same logic.
Wait a minute.
No, see, I already knew that when we talked about that with Soundwave, and it came right to my mind immediately. I was like, if that's the case for Soundwave, then the Fallen can't go either. I knew from the beginning.
Oh my gosh.
That would be really bad.
Wow.
Oh, I don't understand.
Oh my gosh! Wait a minute. He actually brings up a fair point.
I already knew it.
So you guys can put him anywhere you want in A tier, but he just can't be S. Because I mean, he does have a great robot mode. You got to give him that one.
And his articulation is quite phenomenal.
You know, I am not a man who's beyond reason.
I know you are.
See, I think this is my thing. The Fallen should be on the top of A tier for these reasons and these reasons alone. Yes, his vehicle mode is complete dog doo-doo. But, like, when you just take it to full force, his robot mode is uncompromised.
Yeah, it's not.
It's like, oh, he doesn't have a waist. He didn't really have a waist to begin with.
No, he didn't.
You know, he doesn't really have one. He comes with his staff. You can actually remove his face, like, just like in the movie.
Yeah.
And the use of his translucent plastic doesn't hinder or
Any durability.
Yeah, it's like it's not obtrusive or breakable in the sense of being, you know, part of a transformation tab or something. Also, his colors are just spot on.
His colors are beautiful. Yeah, I knew the precedent was set.
Will, you know, I'll be honest here, Owen. Will making these valid points when it comes to these type of tier lists, man, he's really not wrong.
No, he's not wrong. He isn't.
Like, he's got facts, man, and I can't ignore him anymore.
Yeah.
Look, man, I want to put certain figures in S tier too, man, but it's just the way it is. The truth.
I've already accepted it at this point. Like when we talked about Soundwave, I was like, you know what, with that precedent, Fallen is not going to make it to S tier either. So for that, yeah, top of A tier, I already know it.
Alright, well, your trickery has worked on us this time.
I'm a sneaky boy.
All right. Your turn, Connor.
Bumblebee Optimus Prime.
Okay, this is
No
Big
talk.
G.
S tier.
Does it need to be said, Owen?
No.
Even the premium finish figure.
Well, there was
didn't
no
need
debate
to
about
come
that
with-
either.
Like, bro, that figure, like, even when it was getting re-released in premium finish, man, he didn't need to come with anything extra to be
More
S tier.
perfect.
There is nothing to be said about him other than that he is goated.
What the
True.
heck was that?
Yes. It is the
Yeah.
truth.
Yeah.
That
That is probably like the most deserved S tier on the whole list for Bumblebee Prime.
he is perfectly balanced
As all things should.
in articulation, transformation, vehicle mode, robot mode. He has everything he needs.
All right, then. My turn now. I'm going to start us off in another way now. We're going to talk about Studio Series Nightbird. We're going to jump on the Rise of the Beast stuff now. I've gotten to handle Nightbird for probably just about a week at this point, I think. And she's got her problems, that's for sure. I think the look of the figure, she's right here on my desk. The look of the figure is nice. The actual like molded details, the car mode chest, the purple, the head sculpt, it's actually really nice. They did some good stuff there. The problems, my goodness. She has the entire like side panels that go over the wheel wells on her legs, and they are massively obtrusive. It's just such a hindrance to the figure and how you mess with it. The back, she has honestly a bit of a noticeable backpack, but that doesn't even mess with her in any way. It's her leg kibble, the car parts, that make it absolutely terrible. And she has some tiny, inaccurate wings to go on top of that. A sword that's honestly really dinky. And her legs are ridiculously skinny. But then again, that's because most of these were done in the concept art phase. Nightbird has things that I enjoy, but ultimately her kibble problems really hold her back. She has the makings of a good figure, because everything about her is solid, like the Bumblebee line. But she is held back by that articulation, and because of that, really, actually, just quickly, but her car mode is great. Have to get out of the way, but the car mode is great. That looks really good. I say the Nightbird has to go.
Not cool.
No, she does not belong in not cool. She has problems, but she is not that bad. She has to go above Jolt.
You think I'm gonna stand for that?
Yes. And I'm tired of pretending that you
I'm
won't.
gonna stand for Nightbird, that 2-bit piece of pizza whore, to be put above Jolt?
Yes.
Kinda.
Tell me why, Connor. I don't see you with the figure.
I'm not wasting my money on that piece.
Then tell me why Jolt has to be above Nightbird. I don't see any
Because
clear
Jolt's the
plastic on
goat.
Nightbird. Will, we're gonna move on.
Good.
And speaking of, Will, it's your turn.
Well,
Wait a second.
I will say.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I think we need to put Bumblebee Ratchet with Ironhide, since he is the same mold as the as Ironhide, but just different colors and head. Do we agree?
That's fine.
Okay. You were saying?
I will say I am gonna want to be going to bed soon.
Okay, then perhaps we can speed this up in some ways.
So I'm gonna say Rise of the Beast Bumblebee.
Let's hit it. And I remember I heard some of you guys' opinion on him over at Connor's. I personally think he's still one of the best modern Bumblebee figures we've gotten. I love everything about him. And I remember your one big criticism you guys had with the figure was his knee joints.
His knee joints and are a little limited in turn to compare to like the GP. He's still good. He's just not as free moving as we said, the S tier Bumblebee. I still think he's an S tier figure though. But
yeah.
the thing that is holding him back, it was like the first run of paint that they did with him.
Yeah, and now that was fixed up.
Yeah, I mean, it was fixed, but like it's still like is a thing on certain copies, and like they didn't even paint his sword.
Yeah.
Like,
the one thing,
kind of a yikes.
this may be something you guys don't think about much, but I have noticed, at least for myself, the Rise of the Beast Bumblebee has a more solid, substantial feel than the Jeep Bee, in my opinion. Like, he feels more hefty in a good way. I love the Jeep Bee, but there are certain areas where he feels a tad brittle. Like his windshield.
Well, he's gonna feel lighter because of his like fewer pieces needed to make an open cap Jeep. I don't personally hold that against him, concerning what the figure that we ended up is just just free flowing. If that makes sense, he's just super smooth.
Yeah. Then hold on. In that case, do we agree to S tier for Bumblebee or A tier?
I put him in S tier. I still think he's like
yeah, that's good.
All right, then S tier it is. We'll figure that out later. Then Connor, your turn.
Yeah. Not
Connor, you're dying.
Galvatron.
What?
Galvatron is not perfect, but I like it.
Oh, we'll do Galvatron next. I agree. I like him a lot, and I think it has to be said that they made him turn into a truck when they had nothing but polygons as the transformation thing in the movie. A tier?
B tier.
Top of B tier? I didn't hear your response, Connor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right, my turn then.
Whoa, wait a second. Galvatron is not sicker than Brawl.
That's a good point, but
oh really? Oh really? Well,
no, he's not. He looks stupid.
But as a figure,
now hold up. Wait a minute.
Cook.
He actually he does bring up a point that at least Brawl does look closer to his G1 self than Galvatron ever did. And we have to remember, Brawl had less screen time than Galvatron.
Yeah, that is true. Frankly, I'm willing to accept it for now since we need to speed things up.
If you can come up with an argument, Owen, I suggest you make your peace.
To be honest, it's fine, actually. I am fine with Galvatron. I will be okay with that. Next, let's talk about Ironhide. Bay vs. Ironhide.
Awesome, Tron.
I think I can agree. He is a solid overall mold to this day, but without the DNA design kit, he still holds up pretty nicely. The only real problem is that his arms are limited in articulation, and he's hard to get. You agree with A tier, Will?
That sounds good.
I'll put him above the blackouts. Your turn again, Will.
Okay. Hiya! Cheetor.
Yo. Okay. I'm going to say right now, Cheetor is arguably the best Maximal out of the Rise of the Beast line, and arguably the most accurate. Yeah, a lot of things are based on concept art, but compare the actual CGI model and the brief seconds we see him in the movie, Cheetor is incredibly accurate. He is a solid robot mode. He has a spear. He's his actual cheetah mode has decent articulation for being a big old cat and everything. I don't have much else to say in regards to him as a figure, but I think Cheetor is S tier.
I think his paint job is a little.
Yeah, it is a little lacking in some areas. There are like some areas he has spots, some areas he doesn't.
He doesn't really pop.
Connor?
Cheetor, I think, is actually pretty good as a beast former. He's actually pretty sick. Will does bring up a point that his paint cat is kind of meh.
In some ways, yeah, it is.
He's very he's kind of dull. I mean, that is accurate to the movie, but at the same time, he did kind of pop in the film a little bit. I'd be willing to put him bottom of. I'd be willing to put him bottom S because his cheetah mode is actually pretty well expressive and articulated.
Will, are you fine with that?
That's fine.
Cheetor to S. That makes me very happy, actually. Connor, hit it.
Sideways.
Audi boy. Will say S because Audi.
You mean that short, stout Mike Wazowski looking piece of...
Yes, we do.
He should be an Awesome Tron.
I'm fine with that. Sideways, he's not one of those characters I'm majorly connected with, but he is super funny. His Mike Wazowski proportions they're just so funny. He has a good head mold.
Put him right under Dino.
That's fine by me. I can jam with that. All right, then. My turn. All right, I want to go into the last ratchets, the Dark of the Moon and the Premium Finish ratchet. Now, I'm gonna say this. You guys might call me crazy at first, but I believe these ratchets to be S tier. And here,
No way.
Just listen for a moment.
If you're gonna talk about how good the paint is compared to the others, and that's why he should be an S tier, I swear.
No, it wasn't gonna be about the paint. Well, I could say that for the Premium Finish because that's the big thing with Premium Finish figures. But for the Dark of Moon one, no. People had so many problems with the original Ratchet that came out in Studio Series, the 02. And after that, the Dark of the Moon one fixed all the tolerances on that figure. Not to mention, they finally gave Ratchet his gun as an accessory. And then on top of that, he doesn't really have any compromises in any way. He is actually very accurate to his design in the movies. Not to mention, his Hummer mode is so cool and vibrant and just a joy to look at and everything. Now, yes, he does have some soft rubber, but it's not in areas that would be able to, like, you could have a problem with them. It's just his bumper and his top rack. Aside from that, he doesn't have any compromises and is ultimately just an improvement of the original Dark of the Moon.
Hold it right there, bucko. My son, I have some shocking stuff to tell you. The Dark of the Moon Deluxe class actually handled the cage on the top of his roof better than what the Studio Series did. And actually had slight little wiggles for his wrists in transformation.
Oh yeah, they did have that on the Deluxe, yeah.
The cage, dude, that Studio Series Ratchet mold, while still being pretty much the same as the Dark of the Moon one, bro, the cage just hangs off of him like a tail. It doesn't collapse. It doesn't do anything. It just hangs off him.
Actually, you're right.
Well, it doesn't like necessarily like hinder the robot mode much or anything. When
It's
you
a
think about it,
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, like when a deluxe that back then did his back better, you gotta wonder, like, what did the budget go to?
All right, that is actually some really good points. And in that case, then, A tier for the Ratchets. All right, then B tier for the Ratchets.
I would put them above. I put the premium one. Yeah, I'll give the premium one the finished version that courtesy.
And then the Dark of the Moon one. I think Percy's got to go in the same spot.
He goes right below Brawl.
Below Brawl?
Yep.
Why should he go below Brawl?
Because at least with Brawl, you can make funny haha jokes with the kibble on his back.
Okay. All right.
Ratchet has this giant hanging monkey bar cage thing on his back. It just hangs off of him. Meanwhile, Brawl can bend over, pull a big fat one all over his enemies, and blow them away to Kingdom Come, and then Blackout could just walk up and just go, "Oh, that's
Hey,
not how we
Blackout,
discussed."
I'm gonna do this into the vent that blows right into Starscream's room.
Dude!
Oh, dude, yeah.
Okay, then. All right, Will, your turn. We really should speed this up faster.
Basta!
Okay. Who's the... Can we just deal with, like, the jabronis?
You're talking the rest of the Bayverse guys?
There's that blue guy, there's the hooded Megatron, there's the red guy.
Alright, let's handle
those three, like...
Yeah, the NASCAR boys.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, let's handle them in that case. Alright, Connor, let's think about this for a moment for the NASCAR guys without the DNA design yet.
Oh, bro,
I think these guys should be in Awesome Tron.
They do look great.
Ooh, hold up. You're saying they go that high?
Towards the bottom. But they're sick.
They are really good, but at the same time, there are little things with some of them. For
Okay,
one,
Hold it.
the important thing is the car mode. It's kind of like we usually prioritize the robot mode, but this time they're the NASCARs.
that's a really freaking good point.
Well, actually, yeah, and if you think about it, though, they are in the when they're actually fighting Decepticons, they're actually in the car mode most of the time.
That is true. We only see them
There's
a few
only
times in
2
robot mode.
Yeah, and the big money shot was them driving down the street fighting Shockwave.
Yeah, that is.
So, ooh.
Then that's really interesting. Then either
The bottom of Awesometron.
Bottom of Awesometron or top of It Isn't Perfect, but I like it. Actually, you know what? In that case, then what's the order? Who has the better car mode? That's the question then. Do we like
No
Target
idea.
Boy? Or... I personally am gonna pick Roadbuster. I think Roadbuster looks the coolest.
I was about to say Roadbuster has the best car mode.
All right, then. You know what? Connor, are you cool with putting these guys into Awesometron?
Yeah, it goes Roadbuster, Leadfoot, Topspin.
I concur, my friend. All right, then. You hit something up, Connor. Take out one of the jabronis.
Crosshairs.
All right, this guy.
Yeah, Crosshairs as a jabroni.
This guy has some things that I like, but also disappointed me in other ways. Since ultimately he has a lot of things that are a downgrade compared to his figure from the last night. He doesn't have his double jointed elbows. While it is nice that you can actually take off his backpack to make him more manageable, he still has some flaps that just mess with him. And because of his shoulder pads, he can't do certain poses as good as he really should. And his legs are really hollow in like behind the calves. They're like just a single panel with a joint. But in other ways, he looks like his paint and some of the molded in detail to the figure is really good. And the Corvette as well also is very slick and incredibly nice. I'd say the Crosshairs has to go, and it isn't perfect, but I like it.
Sounds great.
Connor?
Yeah.
All right. My turn then. We're going to handle a big jabroni here. Jetfire. This guy.
He's going into Awesometron.
He looks accurate to the movie. His jet mode is big and insane and fun, but he can be a pain to transform. Cool guy, but rough in other areas. But looks better than many others. So, Awesometron.
He also combines with Optimus Prime, so...
Oh, good point. In that case, I say he
the fact that you're able to pull that off.
That's actually pretty impressive with him looking that good still.
Connor, you have to look at what I posted in memes just now.
Okay.
I'll look.
Dinga 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 dinga. You know, if I put them to best, here it is. Oh my goodness.
No way.
Wait a minute.
Hold up. Hold the phone.
Well, what is this?
I don't know, but it's funny.
That is funny. All right, Jetfire will go below the Bumblebees.
Dang.
All right. Will, who should we get out of here? Who should we finish up?
Jazz.
Sick figure. I think Jazz deserves to be an awesome Tron, possibly S tier.
The more I think about that version of Jazz, the more I think about how he's really not compromised by anything.
His only real problem is the backpack piece, but that doesn't mess with him at all. He just has a little lump on his back. That's it.
It doesn't, because it doesn't mess with him. It doesn't detract from him. He's kind of perfect. He even has ankles.
He actually has ankles. He's really expressive. He has ball jointed elbows. He actually has wrists on like hinges. He has his shield gun and everything, and his Pontiac mode is actually really nice. Yeah, you know what? Do we agree to put Jazz in S tier?
I put him on the lower tier. I put him on the lower tier of S, but yeah, he's still pretty good.
Sick by me. All right, Connor. Who next?
Okay, we're just gonna get this out of the way right now. We're gonna do Rise of the Beast Prime.
All right, we're gonna handle this now. Let's handle it now. I think Prime is S tier personally because of how he improves on the Bumblebee mold in certain ways. Now, yes, he does have problems like his shoulders. The shoulders are in fact a problem.
The truck mode.
The truck mode also, it's a rough truck mode. But it's still a truck mode nonetheless. But this guy, he brings the ab crunch, he brings full ball jointed ankles. He brings having what is it? He has dedicated ports for his own special weapons and everything, like for his swords on the side of his arms. And he's so much more. He's really fun to just pose and do action shots with. Bumblebee Prime is perfect all around, but I think it'd be a disservice to put this guy below S.
I'm not gonna put him below S. However, him being better than Bumblebee Prime...
No.
No.
I think he has to go below Bumblebee Prime.
Him going right there with... Sure.
All right.
If Will's okay with that, I'll be okay with it.
You cool, Will?
That's fine.
All right. Let's round some more of these off. Connor, let's get our Dark of the Moon Megatron out of the way. I think ultimately, as much as I do like him, I think it just has to be said that he goes to, it isn't perfect, but I like it. Maybe Awesome Tron.
Yes.
His biggest problem are his legs. As to where this guy should go now, I think he can go above Brawl.
Above Brawl, really?
Hey man, he has the cape, he has Igor, the shotgun, he turns into the truck mode, and it's Megatron. Not to say Brawl's bad, but it's also Megatron. They're two great Decepticons.
Frick you. Okay, I'm sending Wario on Ness's body.
What?
Owen, I'm gonna argue this right now. I think he is below. I honestly think he's below Brawl because of the fact that his vehicle mode is a hollow tub. I could eat soup in his cab.
Actually, no, you couldn't because he doesn't have a back to contain the soup.
I could put Jello in there and eat it. The point is, I could put my snack in his cab, in upside down, and I could eat out of him.
Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. I'll leave it at that. He goes to right there.
Yes,
Will,
that is fine.
who do you say we should put in?
I don't think I care about any of these other guys, but I need to call tonight.
All right,
What?
then.
Dang. All right. Well,
Love you, man.
Look, Connor, I know it's lunchtime for you, but for the rest of us, we have work in the morning.
Yeah. All right, then.
okay.
All right. Glad to have you on, Will.
That's
do this
more
with us.
like it.
What?
All right. Good night, fellas.
Good night.
Good night.
All right.
Oh
then.
my goodness.
Connor, I think we also should wrap this up. It's been going on for a long time now.
Well, it is a tier list streaming with over 100 figures to talk about.
Yeah. I think next year I'm not going to stream it. It's way too much. It keeps getting bigger. So,
yeah, that's fine.
let's talk about Thundercracker. Do you think he goes to Awesometron?
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy, he is funny that he exists and he wasn't in the film, but he's got a unique head and it's supposed to be a Bayverse version. So I say that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Shatter and Dropkick, Carmo Dropkick and Jet Shatter. I actually think they both go to Awesometron as well. Wait. Dropkick's clear plastic and the thing with his doors. He has to go to it isn't perfect, but like it.
If he's gonna go and it isn't perfect that I like, I would put him above the Dark of the Moon Sideswipe.
That's fine. Jet Shatter, however, I think goes to Awesometron. Actually solid figure with a nice jet mode and everything.
And she's blast effect compatible.
That too. Ravage. Bumblebee Ravage.
Wait, where did we put her?
Above Thundercracker.
I would put her above Volkswagen Bumblebee.
All right, then.
Yeah.
Okay. Bumblebee Ravage. Honestly, I think is a great figure. Can actually function as a proper animal, but does only turn into a little box thing.
Well, he is a companion piece for Soundwave.
Should he go to Awesometron, honestly?
Yeah, put him next to Soundwave.
Battle Trap. I'm going to get this one out of the way. Looks great in robot mode. Looks great in truck mode. Transformation is terrible. Doesn't even tab together properly. And there is something to be said when I chose to take off the toe line pieces from his arms, because they're that annoying to deal with. This figure, I think, deserves to be a lot better, but ultimately suffers. And I think has to go above Sentinel.
Above Sentinel, really?
Okay, you know what?
He is way better than he's way better than Galvatron, dude.
No,
and Megatron.
No.
Yes,
Galvatron is way better than Battle Trap.
My brother in Christ has way more articulation. He has like better articulation and kibble management than Galvatron.
But bro, at the same time, Galvatron doesn't have any pieces you want to just take off of him. And not to mention his vehicle mode actually holds his truck mode holds together, properly tabbed and everything.
What, your Battle Trap doesn't?
No, bro, the truck cab mode does not hold whatsoever.
I don't know what figure you're holding, but my Battle Trap is fine.
Yeah, then that's my copy.
Buddy, come on. There's no way, man. Battletrap is way sicker than Galvatron.
Galvatron doesn't have giant plastic pieces hanging off of his arms that you have to fiddle with all the time when you mess with him.
You don't need to fiddle with them. You just flip them out and they can just be hook weapons. Heck, I've even seen people hook the wrecking ball onto them and, like, use it like that. It's actually kind of sick.
All right, then.
That... Why, man?
All right. All right, we have Air Razor. I'd say she goes to Awesometron because she's probably the best version of that mold. What stops her from being in S tier is that she never even had a robot mode and they just made one up. And frankly, her bird mode is probably the most inaccurate beast mode of all the Maximals in the movie. She is a solid figure with good articulation and everything, but she just cannot be higher than Awesometron.
Yeah.
And then we have Exosuit Noah. I love him. I say no, Exosuit Noah has to go to A tier. Bro, for a core class, he does more than most deluxes these days.
But he also suffers through the same problem as Soundwave and the Fallen.
At least it is something recognizable, because it's not like he doesn't have like a nothing vehicle mode. He has a jet, but it's a backpack that just holds him. That's it.
My brother in Christ, all he does is lay down and he's transformed.
Yes, I agree there, but it's not a nothing. It's not like Soundwave turns into literally a disc and the Fallen is whatever. Yes, Noah just lays down, but he has a jet on his back. You can tell it's a jet.
Okay. At least the Fallen and Soundwave move parts around to turn into at least a somewhat different shape. Noah just has to fall and eat shit. And all he has to do is just fall and trip over a rock and, oh, he's transformed now, I'm gonna fly away.
Then where do you say he should go? It isn't
I
perfect.
think he goes right between. I think he goes right in between where Soundwave and the Fallen is.
Oh, so you're fine with this tier anyway? I was gonna leave him at the bottom. Oh, wait a second. Actually, in that case, Connor, though, because of the fact that his vehicle is literally him just tripping over a rock, he should be at the bottom.
Okay.
All right. We have Mirage. This figure goes to the... He goes above RC in it. It isn't perfect, but I like it. Dude. This figure, again,
I'll agree there.
If he didn't have his door kibble, he'd actually be kind of nice. His backpack, not a problem. His legs are the worst of the worst. But I also still don't understand why his arms are clear plastic. It is legit kind of terrifying when I look at him in person. Porsche mode is great, but everything else here is just so... It's sad. This figure deserved to be better.
Yeah.
Rhinox goes to... You know what, actually? I think objectively, Rhinox deserves to be in S tier because of how accurate he is. What my problems are with Rhinox is that his shoulders, when you try to mess around with them, sometimes they will come untabbed from the place they're stuck in. And then his shoulder pads just like to fall off every once in a while. And then in Rhino mode, he just... he can just hardly move properly. He is legit just a brick on legs. But he does look like a good Rhino. Actually, you know what? No, in that case, Rhinox has to go. He goes below Grimlock.
Above Shockwave?
Yes. Because both modes are inherently good. Shockwave is great both ways, but his tank is a fan mode. Rhinox is a Rhino and a dude.
Tank mode is based on a fan design. It's not a fan mode. It's a literal. It was designed by a fan.
Right,
and
fan design.
Said, hey,
yeah.
Hey,
fan
you
design,
actually did
right.
something really good. We're gonna take that.
Right. A Rhino's a little more recognizable. I love Shockwave, but I'm just trying to be real. The Rhino mode is a little more recognizable in some ways.
Alright.
It's so funny that Hatchet is there, but he's not out. And then Optimus Primal, the big one here. I have him on my desk, and here's what I have to say. I've messed with his Gorilla mode more, and there's actually a way I can enjoy him as a Gorilla mode, but it does still have problems. I'll show it like on the stream and everything, but his legs, because of the molding on his chest piece here, his legs are going to want to split out like this if you push him up. He was like designed to stand on two legs, but you can actually get him to stand properly in a Gorilla mode if you just mess with his feet. And then once you get his feet properly orientated, he can just be a proper Gorilla. And it actually looks really nice. And then the robot mode is absolutely phenomenal. He has articulation for years, a great head sculpt, great paint, solid as a brick with plenty of accessories to go along. And I think despite, now that I've worked out those kinks, I do believe Primal is S tier. Sometime I gotta let you have a handle on him, Connor. Whenever I next see you.
Him going in S. Does he go in S? Where would you place him in S? Owen?
I would say actually at the bottom in this case. The Gorilla mode looks great, but the legs do have their problems, like in terms of harnessing the Gorilla look. I'd say right where he's at is good.
Okay.
And from there, that would do our 2023 tier list.
Dang.
We finally got to do it.
And then next year happens.
And I'm not doing a stream of this again next year.